think you are muted.
Thank you very much. So yes, everybody, it looks like we are now live streaming. So people are able to watch us via the YouTube channel and also via the ATCE app. ATCE officially kicks off today during in Dubai, and this program. And yes, bear with me. I'm just having one slight technical issue again. Bear with me again. Sorry. Too many things open on my computer. It's not enjoying it whatsoever. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Okay, so I think we're okay to get started. Again, my apologies for the continued delay. Hopefully you can all see my screen.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay then, well, welcome to the SP International Student Paper Contest. We are doing the Masters Division today in this room. You can see our agenda here today. We have had one slight change. Ibrahim Mabrouk will now be taking place at 5:30 due to some delay with his flights. But all of our videos today, they have been pre-recorded, so we have the technical content all ready to go. The judges do have access to the individual videos if there are any technical issues, but the idea is that all of our judges will watch the video once. That will last approximately 20 minutes, and then we have a approximate 5-minute Q&A session, during which time the judges can ask as many or as few questions as they wish. The 5 minutes is an approximate time, so don't worry too much about sticking to that. If you wish to go over, that won't affect your scores at all. So I'd like to show you some of our contestants today. All of our contestants are winners from the regional student paper contest that they took part of. There are actually 14 different regions across the world, but unfortunately, some of those regions were consolidated. So we have 8 of our contestants here with us, 7 of our contestants here with us today. So a big congratulations to all of them so far. If you were interested, they have all been offered the chance to publish their paper as part of the conference proceedings. So if you're watching this as part of the ATCE program and you have access to the conference proceedings, you are very much welcome to review their technical content there as well. And I'd also like to welcome our judges today. We have 4 judges with us, and each have got ample experience with technical disciplines and different things, and we have a nice varied group of people to review your technical content. So I'd like to ask each of our judges to just quickly introduce themselves. So Hashman, please go ahead and introduce yourselves for our audience, please.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Hisham Bello. Originally, I am from Sudan, PhD Petroleum Engineering from Sudan University of Science and Technology. The experience of 14 years, combination between academics and industry. Currently, I'm postdoc researcher at Center of Petroleum Study at State University of Qaboos. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We also have Minnie. Would you like to introduce yourself for our audience, please?
Yes. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to judge this contest. I'm Minnie Gogia, and I have done my master's in chemistry with specialization in organic chemistry. I joined ONGC, which is a public sector undertaking in India, in 1985 as a reservoir engineer. Then subsequently, I also did my MBA with specialization in HR. Then I superannuated from my services in January 21 as Chief General Manager after putting in 36 years of service. And I feel that SPE is the best forum where I can put my knowledge and experience to a very good use and also be in touch with the subject. Then I have been working as a volunteer since 1986 with local section here in Dehradun, that is North India section. And I'm a member of SP since 1986. Thank you.
Wow, impressive work. It's a very large honor to have you with us, Minnie. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Suvik. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks, James. This is Sovik. I'm from India. I have done my master's from IIT Bombay, and after working with an operator for 3 years, I'm now working with Geologics. So this is my 11th year in the industry. I've been a part of SPE since long. I'm also associated with SPE TWA, the way ahead, as associate editor there, and actively associated with various voluntary works with SPE. I think it's a very good platform for all of us. I welcome all the contestants and I congratulate them in advance. Good luck. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And finally, Najib, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, I am myself Najib and I am from Pakistan. I am working as a professor in the university and I have an experience of mixed both industrial and academic, and I am working on a several posts for SP as a volunteer, such as judging for several paper contests and for Petropol and ambassador lecture program as well. So I wish good luck to all the candidates. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And next up, I would like to say thank you to our sponsors. We have Chevron, the human energy company, as they're now branding. They have contributed to the student paper contest for many, many years, and they also contribute to SP in all sorts of ways, particularly for students. They help with the students' dues waiver, allowing all of our students to be SP members for free. So a big thank you to them as well. And also a thank you to our host sponsors for today and the entirety of the ATCE conference as well. Dragon Oil, without them, this event wouldn't be possible at all. So thank you so much to them. And finally, I'd like to say thank you to His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Crown Prince of Dubai, who under his patronage, we are able to run this conference. So again, without him, this wouldn't be possible. So just again, for those watching the contest, I wanted to do a quick overview of what will take place today. So each of our presenters, again, are the winner of their regional competition. So they've already been pitted against many other students in order to get here today. The contestants will also present their own original work to the judges, and they will be scored on subject matter and delivery. The judges will consider the information that's being presented to them, but also the technical paper, and the judges also have access to the slides as well. So the judges have seen the technical papers in advance of this, and all of that content will be able to be judged on. The presenters will be shown a pre-recorded video of their presentation that will be played by me. And then this will be followed by approximately 5 minutes of questions from the judges. After all of the presentations have been shown, the live stream will end, and the judges will then continue to deliberate and review the scores. It's ranking that the judges submit, and then it is the ranking scores that are collated and used to determine the winner. The winners will be announced at the ATCE Students Award Ceremony on Thursday, and you can watch that by visiting the ATCE website. Okay, so now let's get started with our first presentation. So we now have a video from Joshua Wong at the Tokyo Institute of Technology, a winner of the Asia Pacific Student Paper Contest Undergraduate Division, who will be presenting on three-dimensional visualization of oil displacement by foam in porous media. So Joshua, we will be joining you live in approximately 15 to 20 minutes after your video has played.
Can you check the audio, please?
I'm not getting the audio as well.
There is no audio.
Sorry, is nobody able to hear the audio? I can hear this okay. Bear with me. Let me reshare this for you. From the beginning, please. Okay, everybody. Okay, is everybody able to hear me? Is everybody able to hear me? Hello, is everybody able to hear me okay?
Yes, okay for me.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, please do let me know if you can hear this okay.
By foam in porous media. So without further ado, let me start my presentation. So we know that there's a technology in oil and gas industry where we call EOR, or we say enhanced oil recovery. So in which water, gas or chemical are injected into the underground in order to displace the oil out to the production well. So that we can have more oil production or gas production as well. So the right hand side, it shows the graph of the number of EOR projects globally. So these are data published by International Energy Agency last year, in which it showed the number of EOR projects globally from 1996 till 2017. As you can see from the graph, over the past decade, the number of EOR projects have been increasing quite steadily. over the year. And we can conclude that from this class that the EOR is quite getting a lot of attention across the world, and there are more and more, I would say, project is started to implement the EOR technology in the field. However, we know that there are quite a severe problem of the EOR, which is the first one is viscous fingering. So what is viscous fingering? So just like the name, it is a phenomenon that behaves just like the human finger. As we can see from these figures, so when we injected CO2 gases down the reservoir, and it tends to move faster and tends to behave just like the human finger. So this is what we call viscous fingering. And another problem that associated with EOR is actually the gravity segregation. So gravity segregation, we know that gravity, so the less dense the fluid, it tends to displacing over on the upper part, and for the more denser, just like oil, it tends to move downwards to the bottom part of the reservoir. As you can see from these figures, when we inject the CO2 gases down to the reservoir, it tends to displace only the upper part. So why this kind of situation happen? So this is because of the low viscosity of the injected fluid and also the low density of the injected fluid. So we know that CO2 is less dense than the oil.
The picture is not visible.
It's less viscous than the oil.
We
so
can
it
only
tends to
hear
move
the
faster,
sound.
displace
Yes,
faster
now
than
it
the
is
oil,
there.
travel faster than the oil, and it tends to only displace the upper part of the reservoir only. So at the end of the project, you will, at the end of the project, your projects, you will only get a lot of gases instead of get the production of oil in this, if this kind of viscous fingering and gravity segregation happens. So luckily, so this the solution for these two problems of the EOR, in which it is called foam EOR. So what is foam? So foam is a type of mixture of water, gas, and surfactant. So foam has higher foam viscosity, and also the presence of surfactant is able to alter the interfacial tension between the oil and the fluid, which make the oil particles move easily. So in daily life, we also use foam in our daily life. So one of the example is when we washing the dishes, or another example is we shower. We use soap, we use detergents in order to wash away the dirt, the oil stain from the plate and also from the body as well, as you can see from these figures. So what if the foam can also behave well like this one? It can drive the oil completely inside the reservoir, and it can recover all the oil from the underground for us. So from the past research, there are some of the researchers actually done the experiment about the foam EOR, in which they successfully proved that the foam EOR can improve the sweep efficiency and also reduce the gravity segregation problem. As you can see for these figures, it improves the sweep efficiency compared to others methods like gas flooding and water flooding, and also it can form a stable displacement which drive the oil out to the production well. However, these kinds of study, all of the past research, is just limited to oil recovery study. They just know that they just derive from this one, from the result that how many oil we can recover, and from the experiment. The behavior of the foam and also how foam reacted with the oil and porous media is still remain unknown in this area. So that's why today my research is that I utilize the X-ray technologies together with the cold flooding. We want to visualize the displacement pattern of foam inside the porous media. So this is the objective of my study. The first one is to visualize displacement pattern by utilizing the X-ray technology. And second is identify the effectiveness of the foam flooding. So in other words is that we want to study oil recovery factor of the foam EOR. And third one is to identify the influence of oil viscosity on foam displacement. So this will be my experiment setup, in which I injected surfactant and gas together into the foam generation tube, and then the foam generated will be used in cold flooding, in which the foam will be injected into the permeable bed inside the CT scanning machine, while we're conducting the core flooding, so we will capture the image using X-ray, and then the image will be, after that, will be reanalyzed and reconstruct to get the displacement pattern of the fluid. So the permeable bed that I use here is actually like this, which is contain melanin resin particles. The particle size is 250 to 425 micrometers, and wettability of oil wet. So make sure the permeability of the permeable bed is actually 12.26 ΔC. So the length of the permeable bed is actually 15 cm with 3 cm diameter. So here will be my result. So at first I will show you the result of the gas flood and also the liquid flood. So the liquid flood that I mean here is water flood and surfactant flood. So I showing that these two results is to highlight the problems of viscous fingering and gravity segregation, and compared it with the foam flood to let you see the effectiveness of the foam flooding. So and the last one is the foam flood on different viscosity of the oil. So in which I show you the foam flooding, the result of foam flooding experiment on different viscosity of by using different viscosity of the oil. So this is the foam that I use in this experiment. So I use nitrogen foam, and so as you can see, the right hand side, this is a commercial foam that used to wash your face and is produced by Gatsby. Maybe some of us know this brand, and you can see that compared to these two foams, it is quite similar and the texture is quite the same. So this is the foam that I use in this experiment. So this is my result of the core flooding in downward direction. So when we say downward direction, it means gravity assisted, in which the injection direction will be aligned with the gravitational force, which means the fluid will be injected from the upper part of the permeable bed, and then the oil will be displaced from the bottom part of the permeable bed. So the oil that we use here is actually glycerol with the viscosity of 117 millipascal per second, and then the fluid that I inject is gas, water, surfactant, and foam. So let us first see the gas flooding experiment result. So the color one is actually the gas, and then the black one is actually the oil. So as you can see, when we continue inject the gas travel as a discontinuous phases. As you can see, there's still a lot of trapped oil across the permeable bed, and at the end of the experiment, there are still a lot of trapped oil inside the permeable bed. So this is the result of the gas flooding. So what about water? So when water first break through the oil band, it have this one, the viscous fingering that we say, in which the water travels faster than the oil and reach through the bottom part. But if we continuous inject, I would say it slowly displaces the bottom part of the oil. But for the first surfactant also the same. You can notice that there's a viscous fingering, and then it slowly displaces, and then this is the trapped oil, and then slowly displace the bottom part of the oil when we do the continuous injection. For the foam, so this is the color, the image of the oil, which is in blue and also the black. So when the foam injected, so the white one is actually the foam. It first start disperse into the gas and liquid, which shown in the red and also yellow color. So when we continuous inject the foam, you can notice that the foam band forms quite stably at the bed of the oil band, and then slowly displace the oil. But the frontal layer of the foam, it disperses into the gas and also the liquid here. So when we check the oil recovery factor, we can find out that the foam have the highest oil recovery factor. So oil recovery factor is, which means is the value of the displaced oil volume over the initial oil in place volume, which show how effective of the fluid to displace the oil. So for the outward direction, which means we do the injection reverse one, in which the fluid will be injected from the bottom of the permeable bed, and then the oil will be displaced out from the upper part of the permeable bed. That means the injection direction is actually against the gravitational force. So let us check the gas flooding result. So when we first injected the gas in the outward direction, so you can see that the gas travel very fast, and at the first injection the gas already reached to the exit valve of the permeable bed. So, and if you notice that if you continuous inject the gas, there are no stable displacement occur inside the gas flooding experiment. So why is it? Because gas is less than, we know that gas is less than, just like the gas bubble is travel faster than the liquid. So this is what happened inside the gas flooding experiment in our direction. Well, for the water, as you can see, when the water first inject, there's already have the viscous fingering here, and you continues to inject the upper part of the oil is slowly is being displaced by the water. So because I use glycerol, so the water is less dense than the glycerol, so that's why it tends to move faster, and then displace the upper part of the oil. And for the surfactant also the same, viscous fingering happen and upper part is slowly displacing, but you can see that the recovery factor for the surfactant is quite much more better than water. And if you see the form, when it first invaded, still the frontal layers disperse become gas and liquid, and then the stable foam band follows behind, and it slowly displaces and eventually displaces all the fluid out to the permeable bed. And you can check the oil recovery factor. The foam is behave very well compared to others, gas, water, and also surfactant. And for the horizontal direction, which means we do it like this way, we injected the permeable bed is aligned with the ground, and which means we injected from here and then the oil will come out here. So if we injected the gas, as you can see, it still travel in discontinuous phases. But one more interesting phenomenon happen here is actually the gravity segregation. As you can see, the gas tends to travel on the upper part of the permeable bed, and then the lower part is still have a lot of oil here, and there's still very much trapped oil happen here. And you can see that the gravity segregation phenomenon occur in the gas flooding experiment. And for the water, also the same, the viscous fingering and also the gravity segregation happen. This is how it happened. Because water less dense and it tends to displace only the upper part of the oil. And for the surfactant also the same, when you first injected, it already tends to travel to the upper part of the oil. And then this is how it displaced it. So the viscous fingering and gravity segregation happens in both water and surfactant flooding experiment. And for the foam, when it first invaded, the same one, it dispersed become gas and liquid, and then followed by stable foam band, and then slowly disperse, and eventually displace all the fluid, all the oil out to the permeable bed. And if we check the oil recovery factors, the foam is behave well, but it's not the fastest. So the discussion here that we can make is actually the viscous fingering is quite common problem either in liquid or gas injection, and due to the density difference, gravity segregation actually occur. As you can see for the figures here, viscous fingering happen in gas and also the water, and this the gravity segregation. It tends to only displace the upper part of the oil only. And for the foam flooding, we can make some discussion here that is that when foam invaded the oil band, it first is dispersed become gases and liquid, and then you can find out that it have a stable displacement pattern compared with gas and liquid. So two displacement patterns from, which is the discontinuous gas and liquid form from, and followed by the stable propagated form from. So you can see the stable triangle propagated form from in no matter in which direction, downward, outward, or horizontal, it travel quite stable. So the foam from actually ruptured when inflated because of the oil and solid contact. So just like a bubble, when you tip it with a finger, it actually bursts and become free moving gas bubbles and liquid. So this is what happened when you inject the foam inside the permeable bed, inside the reservoir. It first bursts into the bubble and liquid, and then after that followed by stable propagated form. Always say that this one is the gas and liquid flooding here, and then there's a miscible zone here, and then followed by the foam flooding at the back. So despite the direction of injection, foam still propagates stable across the permeable bed. And if the oil recovery factor, foam has the highest oil recovery factor in any direction of injection due to stable displacement of foam. So another question here that we come out is that what about the effect of oil viscosity? So we know that in oil and gas industry, it doesn't deal only with one viscosity of the oil. We have reservoir with that produce light crude oil. We have reservoir that produce heavy crude oil. And so what is the effect of the oil viscosity onto the foam flooding, foam displacement pattern? So I conduct three different experiments using 3 different oil, and then I change the oil this time because I can use the silicone oil. I can modify the viscosity of the oil here. So this one is 100 centistock and 500 centistock, and this one is 1000 centistock. And then I attach the 3D image to see how actually foam travel, the effect of the foam on different viscosity of the oil. As you can see that even though we change the viscosity of the oil, the displacement pattern are still the same. At first, it's dispersed into gas and liquid, and then followed by stable propagated foam from at the back. So if you see the 3D one, it's also the same. It first dispersed into the gas and liquid, and then travel very stably at the back here. So there's not much difference in terms of foam displacement pattern despite the different viscosity of the oil here. So, but if we check the oil recovery factor, we can find out that the 100 centistock, the oil recovery factor actually displays perform better than 500 centistock and 1000 centistock. And also the 1000 centistock and 500 centistock doesn't have much difference. So there's no really correlation between the oil viscosity and the oil recovery factor. So yeah, first 100 centistock it performed better, but after 500 and 1001 we didn't have a proof that the higher the oil viscosity, the better the oil recovery. The higher the oil viscosity, the lower the oil recovery factor. So we didn't get a conclusion from this experiment. But the oil recovery can still achieve to 1 despite the displaced oil viscosity. So this is due to the stable displacement of foam. We can notice that the foam actually travel very stable at the back of when it continuously invaded the oil band. So if we check the mobility reduction factor, so what is mobility reduction factor? So it's a calculation or method to determine and compare the strength of the foam generated. It's actually we measure the pressure difference, and then the higher the MRF, it indicates the foam strength is actually stronger and more resistant to immobility. So in 100 centistock experiment, we can notice that the stronger foam can accumulate in the foam band and thus improve more oil displacement. So the conclusion here that we can make is from the experiment that I made is the 2 displacement from have been identified in foam flooding. So first one, which is discontinuous gas liquid round, and followed by stable propagated foam from here, the triangle one. And foam from ruptures when it invaded because of the oil and solid contact. Thus foam bursts and become free moving gas bubbles and liquid here, just like this picture. So when you tip a bubble with a finger, it bursts. So, and foam shows stable displacement in either low or high oil viscosity, and it can achieve good oil recovery compared to other methods, even in high viscosity of the oil. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Excellent, thank you. Joshua, are you able to unmute?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, please feel free to introduce yourself before we start the time.
Yeah, so a very good day to all the judges and also the attendees for ATCE. My name is Josiah Wong, and I'm a graduate student from Tokyo Institute of Technology. So today I'm very glad to meet you and also participate in the international student paper contest. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if I can ask the judges to just raise their hand, and then we will come to you first. go ahead. Who was first? Oh, sorry. Minnie, I can see you've got your hand up. Sorry, I know you went first, but please go ahead while I just sort this out.
Okay, Josiah. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, so let me first congratulate you that you have reached this level. It's a big achievement. I have a few questions to ask you. First of all, what I observe is that you have used a ready-made foam mixture, right?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
You have used a ready-made foam mixture, a prepared foam mixture already available in the market.
No, I actually use I use the mix the surfactant and also the gas together to make the foam.
Okay, but the experiments that you have done and what you showed here, were they mixed with the surfactant? Was the foam was mixed with the surfactant, or was it a prepared one?
It's mixed with surfactant.
Okay, now if you have done it with the surfactant, that means you have prepared it in your laboratory?
Yes, it is prepared in the laboratory.
Now my question is, what type of surfactants did you use? Did you use an anionic or cationic or a non-ionic one? What kind of surfactants did you use?
I use sodium dodecile sulfate. It's an anionic surfactant.
Acha. What was the reason for using anionic surfactant?
Because anionic, the SDS surfactant is quite a common one in oil and gas industry, so it's also quite cheap to get the surfactant. So my experiment, my laboratory tend to use that, prefer to use that. So that's why I continue with the SDS, surfactant with my experiment.
Okay.
Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Let me just.
But what you showed in the beginning, you showed a foam bottle which you said it's readily available in the market.
That one is just to compare the foam's texture with the available foam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now my specific question is, that is okay. You have used a commonly available surfactant, but my question is, why did you use an anionic surfactant? What is the advantage of using an anionic surfactant in a well instead of using a cationic or a neutral one, non-ionic one? That is my basic question.
Yeah, the answer is actually quite very simple, and I have to say I didn't consider much about selecting the surfactant. The first of the reason that I select SDS, actually the SDS is quite common one in the oil and gas industry, and then the second one is is available before in my laboratory. So my professor asked me to use that kind of SDS, so that's why I continue in using the SDS. So I didn't to buy a new surfactant again to continue my experiment. So that's why I use SDS, because it is common and also cheap in conducting the experiment. So this is basically the two reasons that I use.
Did you study the properties of the foam that you made in the laboratory? Like, what is the stability of the foam? What is its half-life? What is the viscosity of the foam? And what is the reason for the foam displacing the entire liquid? You said there is no gravity segregation when you use foam. There is no viscous fingering. So what are the properties of the foam that you prepared in the lab that led to no gravity segregation, no viscous fingering?
Yeah, I studied the foam half-life and also the permeability of the SDS, but I didn't compare that with the cation surfactant and also the anion surfactant. So what is the reason of that lead to no gravity segregation? So I think it's because the foam texture and also the viscosity of the foam, that lead to no gravity segregation compared to gas flooding and also liquid flooding.
What is the range of the viscosity of the foam that you developed in the lab? And what is the half-life? How much is the half-life?
Yeah, I did have the slide actually. It's in my appendix. Let me check. So my half-life is actually 1 hour, 1 hour for the nitrogen gas form. And for the CO2 carbon dioxide gas forms, it actually only lasts for 15 minutes. But for the commercial form, it can last for like 1 day. So my nitrogen gas form is also only lasts for 1 hour.
So what do you think, how much time do we need to carry out a foam in a well, in a reservoir? How much time do we need to carry out a foam enhanced oil recovery?
I think most stable is like almost 1 day, at least 1 day.
Okay. And any examples of foam EOR in the world?
Example of the foam EOR in the world?
Any live example where we are carrying out a foam EOR process? Any live example in the world?
Yes, actually, I would say the company that I entered this year for the IMPES, I'm working in IMPES right now. So they're actually conducting foam EOR, the field experiment of the foam EOR in Japan here. So it's just a field test, so not a live example. So I haven't, sorry.
No live example, you mean to say?
Yeah,
it's
still,
it's still an experimental stage.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, okay, thank you, Joseph. That's all from my
welcome.
side.
Hisham, you were first, so Hisham, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Yes, and thank you, Josiah, for your great presentation. Actually, enhanced oil recovery is my area of interest, and I do have a lot of questions, but to save the time, I will just like choose one critical question. Okay.
Yes.
You did a very good job, and you did a lot of comparison regarding between nitrogen gas, nitrogen foam, surfactant, and polymer, and mainly to identify the influence of oil viscosity in oil displacement. So my one question would be regarding your final conclusion. You mentioned that foam can achieve good oil recovery compared to other methods, even in high viscosity of oil. The question is here is related to the limitation of your research. I think it's mainly for the reservoir type, fluid type. I think you mentioned like this study has been done in high permeability, in oil weight. So have you tested all type of reservoir, or this study is like it's limited for this type of reservoir, this type of fluid, and something like that? So the limitation of what's this stuff. Okay.
And just to confirm the question, so it's asking about the limitation, right, of this experiment, is it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so the limitation is just like judges mini just say right now, I didn't compare with the anionic foam and also K-ionic surfactant as well. So I only use one type of surfactant and prepare the foam and then do the foam experiment. So the limitation is still a lot. We say we can use maybe other type of surfactant as well. Maybe it can enhance the foam half-life to one day or longer. So that would be better in terms of the oil recovery rate. And also the second one is that my limitation is the limitation of the experiment set, because this time I don't use the sand particles. I use a melamine resin particles. It's a plastic particles, and it's an oil wet, but it's not a water wet. So maybe in a water wet or in the sand particles, it behaves differently. So this is the limitation of my experiment result here. So I encourage that to do more, to compare more, like doing water or mist wet and use different type of mist surfactant as well, and also mist like CO2 and also nitrogen as well, or do other gases. So this is the how to say, the limitation, and then we can do more in terms of this research area actually. Yeah.
Thank you, Josiah. I strongly recommend that you need to add this one at the conclusion or recommendation, the limitation of these results. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for the advice.
Fantastic. And we have Suvik. Please go ahead. You've got your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much, Josiah, for the wonderful presentation. You already answered one of the limitations that already Judge Husam had asked you. So I had just one question. I'm not expert in this foam. I just want to know what do you think about the chemical stability of the foam? I mean, how can it possibly react with the reservoir clay mineralogy, or does it at all react?
Sorry, I didn't got your question properly. Could you repeat it again?
No, so I just wanted to know your comment on the chemical stability of the foam. Can it react with the reservoir clay mineralogy? Can it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, to answer you that question, I think maybe there's a chemical reaction between sand particle between the reservoir rock and also the surfactant. Like when we use surfactant, we have a serious problem that we call surfactant retention on the reservoir rock. So, but because this time I mentioned that my limitation of the experiment is because I use melamine resin particles. So it's not a sand particle, it's not a reservoir. So I didn't have that problem actually occur in my experiment. So perhaps if I change it to the sand particle, it might happen. So this one I could only comment here about the chemical stability. It might or might not happen, but I didn't really carry out about the chemical reaction between the SDS and also the reservoir rock. So based on my understanding, I can only answer you about that. The chemical stability right now in this experiment is quite very stable.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that's all the questions from the judges. Are there any other final questions?
Can I ask one question if you
Go
allow
ahead,
me?
Go ahead, Minnie.
How much is the recovery that you got with these experiments using foam?
It's actually 98%. It's overall. It's almost all the oil has been expelled out from the core flood.
Okay. So and with gas and water, how much recovery did you get?
With gas,
you've shown a graph. I mean that was not very clear, so that's why I'm asking you this question. I mean, I just want to know the difference between the recovery using foam and other.
Yes, for the horizontal direction, for the gas flood is 0.5, and for the liquid surfactant is 0.708.
This is in fractions. Okay, 50% and 70%. You mean to say?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I noted that just now when my presentation video is being shown, it's quite very blur, and I'm not sure is my problem or is it?
Anyway,
don't worry, we already have a copy from the presentation.
I see. Okay. I believe Mr. Najib has also one question, right?
Yes, he has his hand raised. Please go ahead. I have one more question. Najib, are you happy to ask your question?
Okay, sorry, thank you. I just want to ask one thing. I'm not sure if I would miss any point. You have performed an experiment, so how will you validate your results? What is your method? Will you repeat it for several times, or will you use any software? How will you be validating your results?
I actually repeat every time. I don't
so
use.
How much time? If you are getting a recovery of 15% or 10%, so in the second time, if you are receiving any other amount, so how will you get? How many times? Do you have any rough idea that about how much time will you repeat the experiment and get the final result?
For the gas is fast, and it's just like take half an hour. But for the foam, it's like at least 1 hour for that. Is that your question? Is you are asking about how?
Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, just to additional knowledge about here. Additional point about here is that I repeat the experiment and I change all the core flood, because the melamine resin particle, we cannot wash away all the chemical that's stay on that one. So I redo all the core flood every time I do the experiment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question actually.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Next up, it looks like we have Mariya on the call with us. So thank you very much for joining us. We'll get started straight away with the video, and then we will move on to questions shortly afterwards.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Joshua.
Hello everyone, speaking to you, Mariya Shirawi. In today's presentation, I'm going to take you through part of my thesis project, which is about impact of carbonate surface mineralogy on wettability alteration using stearic acid. In today's agenda, we are going to have a brief background about wettability, literature review, the objectives of this study, moving on to the material and methodology that have been used to achieve these objectives, results and discussion, and we will end up with the conclusions and recommendations. So, in 1986, Anderson defined wettability as the tendency of one fluid to spread into or adhere to a solid surface in the presence of other immiscible fluids. Knowing and understanding wettability, it's very crucial for any reservoir engineer in this world because it affects the multi-phase rock-fluid interaction, fluid distribution of the wetting and non-wetting phase, relative permeability, and hence oil recovery. There are several factors that affect the original wettability of a reservoir rocks, which are oil composition, brine chemistry, initial water saturation, mineral surface, which we are going to concentrate a lot in this presentation, pressure and temperature. And there are several mechanisms where these polar compounds are adsorbed on the surface, such as polar interactions, acid-base interactions, surface precipitation, and ion bending. It is worth mentioning that more than 60% of the world's oil reserves are found in the carbonate fields, and most of the carbonate fields at the beginning they are water wet, but after oil migration, its wettability have been altered from being water into neutral to oil wet state. Let's now move on to the second section, which is literature review, and see what we have in terms of studies, starting in 2006, where Gumari and Hamouda, they investigate the impact of different fatty acids on the wettability alteration of the calcite and mica using thermogravimetric analysis TGA. And from the results, we can see that calcite tend to absorb more fatty acids comparing to mica. Unfortunately, there was no explanation, no mechanisms on describing such behavior. In 2011, Tabrizi et al. They studied the effect of stearic acid and asphaltene on the wettability alteration of calcite and quartz, again using TGA. So from the results we can see that calcite tend to absorb more stearic acid and more asphaltene comparing to what we got from the quartz. Again, no explanation, no mechanisms has been explained. The recent study, which was done in 2020 by Riyaz Gumari et al. So in this study, they use zeta potential and contact angle measurements in order to develop set of equations. So from these equations, we are calculating the contact angle measurements from the zeta potential data. Unfortunately, these equations are only valid for calcite. So if we have other minerals such as quartz, dolomite, and anorthoclase, these equations are not applicable anymore. So from the literature review, we have seen that numerous studies have investigated the effect of organic acids on wettability alteration, and most of the studies they have used calcite to present the behavior of the carbonate rocks. So the aim of this study is to investigate the impact of different carbonate reservoir minerals on the wettability alteration, and try to propose the possible mechanisms that explain the behavior of the carbonate reservoir rocks. To do so, I have used the following materials. Starting with the solid surfaces, I have used 3 different solid surfaces: calcite, limestone, and dolomite. So it's clear that calcite is mainly composed of calcium carbonate, while 95 weight percent of the limestone, it is calcite with 5% quartz. Dolomite, on the other hand, composed of dolomite with the weight percent of 95. 3% goes for the calcite and 2% for the an orthoclase. So as you can see, we are going to see the effect of different minerals beside the effect of calcite, of course. For the aqueous phase, I have used deionized water. So it is worth mentioning that the effect of monovalent and divalent ions are not considered in this study. For the model oil, I have used stearic acid in NDK with a concentration of 0.013 molar. So NDK act as a medium, while stearic acid, it is our acidic component. So from the structure of stearic acid, we can see that stearic acid, it is a long saturated fatty acid, long chain. And some of the experiments were required to use powders such as TGA, zeta potential, SEMEDX. So to do so, I have used the following range for the powder particle size, 25 to 50 micrometer, and actually this size depends on the type of the devices we have it at the university. For the methodology, I have used these experiments, starting with the contact angle measurements, Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, which is FTIR, scanning electron microscopy, SEMEDX, thermogravimetric analysis, TGA, and zeta potential measurements. Let's now start with the results and discussions, starting with the contact angle measurement. So the results from the contact angle measurements revealed that all fresh carbonate surfaces, calcite, limestone, and dolomite, they are water wet with an average contact angle of 35 degree for the calcite, 0 degree for the limestone and dolomite. And the reason behind having this variety for the contact angle measurement for the fresh surfaces, it is due to the effect of the pore geometry and surface roughness. After egging the surfaces in the model oil, we can see that we are having a big shift from being water wet into oil wet with an average contact angle of 159, 151, and 137 for the aged calcite, limestone, and dolomite respectively. So contact angle measurement shows that the surfaces have altered its wettability from being water wet to oil wet after egging in the model oil. FTIR, on the other hand, which considered to be a qualitative method, and from it we can determine the functional group that we have it. So we are having two curves, the blue one for the fresh surfaces and the red one for the aged powder. Actually, for the FTIR we are using powder. So the presence of the new peaks on the aged surface, which is not appearing on the fresh powder, will identify the new thing that have been added to the powder, which is stearic acid in our case. So we can see that the wave number of around 2800 and 2900 in the aged surface, we are having two peaks which are not appearing in the fresh powder, and this attributed to the methylene and methyl group which coming from the stearic acid. Other peaks which occur at 1500 and 1700, and this is due to the carbon oxygen vibration. So FTIR confirmed to us that the whole three surfaces absorb stearic acid. SEMEDX, on the other hand, which give us the elemental analysis, and from the literature review we have seen that stearic acid crystals are mainly composed of calcium and carbon, and as we know, most of the carbonate surfaces composed of calcium, carbon, and oxygen with different weight percent, of course. So for example, in the fresh calcite we can see that 31.6% it is calcium, 17.9% carbon, and 15.5 oxygen. After egging the calcite powder in the molten oil, we can see that we have a reduction in the calcium weight percent. Similar trend we can see it in the limestone and in the dolomite, and on the other hand we have an increase in the weight percent of carbon. Similar we can see here in the limestone and the dolomite. So the reduction in the calcium and the increase in the carbon weight percent, it is due to the absorption of stearic acid, as I mentioned earlier, because it is mainly composed of the carbon and oxygen. TGA, which considered to be a quantitative method, and from it we can calculate the amount of stearic acid adsorbed on the surfaces. So in this type of experiment we are measuring the weight loss as a function of temperature, and we are dividing the plot into three regions or three stages. In each stage, the weight loss in each stage have a special explanation. So the weight loss in the temperature range from 30 till 200. The weight loss here, which is almost we don't have any weight loss in the limestone and in the dolomite, it is attributed to the removal of the physically adsorbed materials such as NDK and excess water. And for the weight loss, which is range from 230 and 430, here the weight loss here is attributed to the chemically adsorbed stearic acid. And it is worth mentioning that the weight loss in this region will be used to calculate the amount of stearic acid adsorption. Finally, the weight loss at the temperature range from 570 onward, here the weight loss is attributed to the decomposition of the carbonate. So from the figure here, which measure to us the adsorption of stearate in micromole per gram, we can see that calcite tend to adsorb more, followed by the limestone and the dolomite. And the results from TGA, actually it is in line with what we have in the contact angle measurements. Zeta potential, on the other hand, measure the surface charge at different pH. As we can see, at pH lower than 10, fresh calcite tend to have a positive charge, and this is due to the increase of the calcium ion. And if we continue measuring the zeta potential at pH higher than 10, here we will see that the surface tend to be from being positive charge into negative, and this is due to the increase of the carbonate ions. Not to mention that we are adding NaOH to the solution, which will lead to increase the hydroxide ion and hence increase the negative charge on the surface. After egging the calcite powder in the model oil as represented here in the red dots, we can see a big shift from being a positive zeta potential into a negative zeta potential, and this is due to the adsorption of stearic acid. Fresh limestone and the fresh dolomite, on the other hand, give us a negative value, and this is due to the presence of quartz in the limestone and the presence of the anorthoclase in the dolomite. After egging them in the model oil, the zeta potential values have been increased, and this is due to the adsorption of the stearic acid. So in conclusion, we can see that the results from the contact angle measurement, zeta potential and TGA, they are all in line, and they all showed that calcite absorb more zeta potential, followed by limestone and the dolomite. The slide here shows to us the proposed mechanisms for calcite. It is worth mentioning that stearic ion dissociated into stearate ions as shown in equation number 3. So these stearate ions will be attached to the surface with the calcium ion through ion bonding, or it will be attached to the surface with the carbonate ions with the calcium in between. Another proposed mechanisms is that we know that calcium carbonate, when it comes in contact with water, it will give us calcium ion and hydroxide ion as shown in equation number 1. So these two ions will combine and form to us calcium hydroxide, which will be attached to the surface with the carbonate surfaces with the carbonate ions. So what will happen here is that these stearate ions will replace the hydroxide ion in the calcium carbonate in the calcium hydroxide, through the ion exchange. And from the proposed mechanism for the calcite, we can see that there is two main mechanisms, which is ion bonding and ion exchange mechanism. Actually, similar mechanisms have been proposed for the limestone, since 95% of its weight it is calcite and 5% it is quartz. So due to the presence of quartz, we are going to have the C-nalone group, which is known by its high hydrophilicity and low interaction with the stearate. So the presence of the C-nalone group, which coming from the quartz in the limestone, it's tending to decrease the adsorption of the stearic acid. At the end, and to conclude everything, we have seen that contact angle measurements, FTIR, EDX, TGA, and zeta potential measurement, they all confirm to us that these three surfaces absorb stearic acid with calcite, which has a high tendency for the absorption, followed by limestone and by dolomite. And we have seen that the minerals which contain calcium ion tend to absorb more stearate through the ion bonding and ion exchange mechanisms. We have noticed as well how the presence of other minerals such as quartz, dolomite, and anorthoclase affected the surface charge and hence the stearic acid absorption. For the recommendations, I would like to recommend to study the effect of the formation of brine and crude oil instead of deionized water and model oil in order to mimic what we have in reality. I would recommend to study the effect of pressure, temperature, and pH on different minerals. In addition, I would like to use the surface complexation approach in order to understand better the deionized water carbonate surface interaction, and the combination between experimental investigation and the geochemical simulation studies, of course, will provide a better understanding into carbonate dissolution, precipitation, and ion exchange mechanisms. At the end, I would like to thank Professor Rashid Al-Ma'mari and Dr. Mahfash Karimi for being part of my thesis journey. Many thanks to Sultan Qaboos University for providing the devices, the materials in order to run the experiments. Special thanks to Petroleum Development Oman Company for giving me the opportunity to do my master at Sultan Qaboos University. At the end, thank you for your time, thank you for your listening. If you have any questions, you are more than welcome.
Okay, thank you for the recap as well there. Mariya, would you like to introduce yourself and say hello to the judges before we get started with the Q&A? Are you able to join us? Mariya, are you able to introduce yourself to the judges, or would you like to just go straight into the questions? Are you able to hear us okay? Mariya, are you able to hear us?
She said she cannot able to unmute. Can you give her permission?
Yeah, she should have permission. She's a co-host for the session.
Can you try now? Yeah.
I'm trying to unmute for her. She should be a co-host, so she should be able to unmute. So we're just trying to resolve this with Mariya now. She's going to leave and rejoin. She may be having some connection issues. Okay, Mariya is rejoining us now. Okay, she is now a co-host. Hopefully she can unmute. Mariya, are you still having issues? Are you able to tell us in the chat where the issues are arising? Can I check if you're where the mute button is and the studio video button is, there's a small down arrow. If you just check that your microphone is the same one as your headphones or your computer if you're using that, and the same with your video. Okay, if you try pressing on the down arrow on your next to the mute button, can you just check the settings for your microphone? If you're using headphones, you might need to select the headphone. Not using headphones. Okay, if you make sure it's using the same system, so when you select a microphone, if you use same system or built-in microphone. Okay, and it's still not allowing you to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, there we go.
Okay,
Fantastic.
great.
There we go, Mariya. Thank you. Please go ahead and introduce yourself to the judges.
Yes, hello everyone. This is Mariya Shirawi. I'm 27 years old from Sultan of Oman. I'm working as a reservoir engineer in petroleum development Oman. I have completed my first year on July. I graduated from Sultan Qaboos University for both my master and bachelor degree as well. That's it.
Fantastic, thank you. I believe, Minnie, you were first. If you would like to go ahead with your question, please. Oh, you're muted as well now. Sorry, Minnie.
I'll unmute myself.
There we go.
Okay. So before I start with the my questions, again I would like to congratulate Mariya for reaching this international contest. So you've done well. Now, I have two basic questions. Why did you use stearic acid for the study?
Yes, so before selecting the stearic acid, I have searched through what we have already published in the literature, and so many studies I have found that they have used different type of acid. They have used carboxylic acid, naphthenic acid, aromatics, and at the end they all conclude that the carboxylic acid tends to alter the wettability of the carbonates more, and more specifically the calcite acid, the stearic acid, sorry, it's the one that altered the wettability higher comparing to other type of carboxylic acids.
And what is the practical use of this study?
How we can implement it, you mean?
Yes, what is the practical use?
So as you know, wettability, it's a crucial parameter for any reservoir engineer, and we prefer to have a water-wet system so that it's easily to produce the oil. But most likely in carbonate, we are having oil-wet system, which making more challenging for us to produce the oil. So normally people go for the water flooding, sometimes they go for enhanced oil recovery, which cost a lot of money, of course. So the aim of this study is to understand why carbonates alter the wettability from being water to oil, what happened actually there, what kind of reactions, the absorptions, what kind of mechanisms happen that lead to have such alteration. So once we understand what's really happened, we can maybe even get a new solution to produce the hydrocarbon we have it in the subsurface with the low cost. This is what I can think about it.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Hasham, would you like to go ahead next?
Okay, thank you, Jonas. Thank you, Mariya, for this great presentation and great effort, and congratulations on being selected to present in SPS International. I have one question, one comment. First question, as you mentioned, wettability is very important for reservoir management. So I'm expecting that to show the importance of wettability and the impact of wettability on production strategy, on recovery factors. This is which shows the importance of this study. The second one, do you think there will be a potential impact on recovery factors on production strategy in general? The second one, okay, do you want to answer the first one?
Could you please repeat?
The impact of the potential impact of wettability on recovery process and production strategy.
The impact of wettability on recovery?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we know that the wetting phase in the reservoir, they will occupy the small pores, while the larger pores will be occupied by the non-wetting phase. So how this will affect the recovery? So the wetting phase, which occupy the small pores, will have a higher capillary pressure, which means we need higher pressure in order to produce it, and this will affect the production as well. This we can test it actually while doing the core measurements, even laboratory we can test it. So but I did not use it in my experiment actually because they took a very long time. So I decided to go for flat surfaces. So if we have a core and then we do water flooding, let's assume that these core are water wet, so the amount of water that will imbibe will be higher. So from this we can know that we are having. So if the oil were in the larger core, then it would be easy to produce it and we can see it. But if we have the other way around, if it was oil wet, then the water will be having the larger core on the core. So we will tend to produce water more than the oil. So this is how the wettability affecting the production.
Thank you very much, Mariya. Another could be like maybe a suggestion to consider doing a sensitivity analysis on the impact of wettability using numerical simulation, which will support your result from laboratory. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So actually, Hisham, I have suggested this point in the recommendations is to use simulation models, to use softwares, which of course will help us understanding, which will help us support our proposed mechanisms as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Fantastic. Any more questions from our judges? None that I can see. So thank you very much, Mariya. If there are no further questions, then we will move on to Ayomikun, Bello, and yes, again, another presentation, and then we will be moving on to Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good day, dear judges, colleagues, and everyone watching. My name is Ayomikun Bello. I'm a master's student at Skoltech Institute of Science and Technology. And today I'm glad to be representing Russia and Caspian region for master's category at SPE International Student Paper Contest. And I will be presenting on the topic Proppant transport into hydraulic fractures by creating a capillary suspension. I would love to begin this presentation by discussing the relevant and objective of the research to the petroleum industry. Then we will have some theoretical background on proppant transport upon which the research is based, followed by the materials and methods of this research. Then I will present the results from the research, and from there we'll make some conclusion. So without further ado, I will just dive into the presentation. I really wouldn't want to go all about hydraulic fracturing because I assume it's a very much treated topic and the time given is quite limited. However, if there's some questions, I'll be glad to answer at the end. I'll just note some key points which will be important to keep us going in this presentation. With that, I would say that usually during hydraulic fracturing, we have some artificial fractures which are induced by injecting some low viscous fluid, otherwise known as slick water, into the wellbore, from the wellbore to the reservoir. And this occurs by increasing the opening pressure. That's the fractures, they keep expanding until the fluid is injected into them. And there's something peculiar to this process in the sense that the fractures will only expand until the injection rate exceeds the rate of injection loss into the fracture network. So when this happens, the injection has to be interrupted or stopped. That means the fractures will close up, which will also result into a loss of conductivity. To avoid this means we'll have to keep the fractures open, and to do that, we pump in proppants together with the fluid to block the fractures, and that prevents them from closing up. So this means that the success of the hydraulic fracturing technology to a large extent depends on how the proppant are transported and how they settle into the fractures. And of course, I'll give more details about that as we go on. And before I just move to the next slide, I would like to say that hydraulic fracturing in conventional formations is very much different from unconventionals, because the focus of the hydraulic fracturing design in conventionals is to have a low fracture width, but in unconventional, the formation of low permeability. So the trick is to limit that parameter. And secondly, as I said earlier, slick water is most commonly used for fracking, but it's not that viscous, and that means it doesn't have the tendency to carry proppant. So these are the two parameters we need to optimize, and those are the parameters we try to play with in this research work, and that was the objective of the work. So overall efficiency of the hydraulic fracturing treatment of the induced fracture are kind of dictated by the proppant transport and the distribution between the developed hydraulic fracture. So due to the density differences between the proppants, we can see that the relatively heavier proppant particles, they try to move, they try to settle downward into the lower section of the fracture, and then they try to form some kind of immobile particle packs. So in other words, in this kind of scenario, we have that the proppants cannot be conveyed over a long distance, and then they cannot provide a uniform distribution within the propagating hydraulic fractures. So generally, the efficiency of the proppant transport can be determined by the rate of the proppant settling, and that has been calculated according to can be determined according to Stokes law. And the equation on the slide shows that the rate of settling will increase as the diameter and the density of the proppant increases, and as the density and the viscosity of the fracturing fluid decreases as well. So for us to be able to minimize proppant settling, we need to have a smaller diameter and a less dense proppant to be used. And in this slide again, we can see the typical distribution of a proppant volume in the fracture. And this will be more evident in our experiments, which I will show you in the subsequent slides. And as you can see on this slide, we have a proppant transport, which is shown during hydraulic fracturing, and it's actually leads the proppant transport during hydraulic fracturing leads to 3 layers, which includes a dune, a slurry, and then a layer which has the clear fluid. What this means is that when the hydraulic fracturing is injected, some of the injected proppants, they can quickly settle out of the hydraulic fracturing because of gravity, and then they accumulate in the bottom of the fracture, and then they form a sort of dune, as we can see on the slide. So the proppant again is brought into suspension into the slurry region. That's if a fluid turbulence occurs, and if the turbulence velocity is high enough, the proppant is lifted by turbulence, and then it will remain suspended in the slurry region. And in that case, we can have a scenario in such a way that the settling proppant momentum becomes so high upon it's hit on the dune, and then we have a new splash of proppants which can be initiated by the dune. And that is what we tried to achieve in our experiments. And as I said earlier, the goal of this research was to develop a low viscous frac fluid. And so to do that, we decided that we can use 2 methods. The first is the creation of a capillary suspension by adding surfactants, and the second is introducing PLA polymers with a thickness of 12 microns and length of 6 millimeters into the hydraulic fracturing fluid. And on the slide, you can see I prepared the fracturing fluid, and which is we designed a fracture model, which is a kind of sealed plexiglass 15 millimeter thick, prepared a sample of the fracturing fluid, measured the dynamic viscosity, and then pumped the fluids into the fracture to conduct the model test of the frac fluids. So creating just only a hydrophobic surface on a proppant particle does not fully ensure the stability of the hydraulic fracturing system at all. So a prerequisite for us is to a prerequisite for the hydraulic fracturing fluid is the ability of the proppant surface to capture the light phase and the creation of some floating agglomerates. The image on this slide shows the photograph of floating aggregates, which consist of some hydrophobized proppant hydrocarbons, hydrophobized proppant grains, and air bubbles. As a light component, in addition to the air bubbles, you can use some other bubbles, maybe some other gases, some hydrocarbons, some glass phase. We used glass phase. I will show the result of that in the subsequent slide as well. And here on this slide, this was one of the preliminary tests we did. We used a surfactant, GF1 surfactant. And from this, we discovered that the Proppant particles are kind of enveloped, and then the air bubbles are trapped. But after 20 minutes, as you can see, after 20 minutes, there's a gradual degassing that occurs. And after that, we can see a partial subsidence of the as you can see, of the Proppant particles. And this means that if we add microspheres into this into the fracturing fluid system, it will allow us to have an increase in the amount of suspended Proppant in the algebraic fracturing fluid. And to visually assess that, to visually assess the movement and distribution of Proppant in these fractures, we carried out simulations on the fracture model, which I talked about earlier. The left picture here shows the injection process, which was based on just water and Proppant alone. And then the Proppant loading was about 90 kilogram per meter cube. The injection rate was 0.6 liters per meter, 0.6 liters per minute. And the properties of this particular liquid composition did not allow the entire volume to be pumped. Why? Because as you can see, at the beginning of the model, at the beginning of the model, there's a dune that is formed in the inlet, and that blocks the inlet nozzle. And then because of that, we were not able to pump the entire fluid, the entire liquid. So during the injection process, we cannot actually pump the whole fluid because of compaction of the Proppant, and the inlet was blocked. So we cannot ideally say that this is an ideal composition for us. And the picture on the right shows the photos of the injection process, which comprises of just water, Proppant, and then the surfactant GF1, which we used. The parameters are still the same. The Proppant loading and the concentration of the Proppant was 4%. Unfortunately, during this injection process, we were unable to get the same thing which we got here. But then the difference between this and the other and the previous experiment, which is on the left, is such that here we can see that in contrast to the previous injection process, the experiment was possible to pump the whole bubbles. We were able to pump the entire fluid, the entire volume of the fluid, and that's because, as I explained earlier, that's as a result of the adsorption of some gas bubbles on the surface of the Proppant particles. That means a loose layer was formed, and that consists of the Proppant agglomerates and the air bubbles, which are formed in the upper part of the dune. So that made it possible to avoid the compaction of the Proppants in contrast to the previous experiments which was made. Here we have the use of surfactants, which does not allow us to create a stable system with the 20 to 40 mesh size. Here you will see that we have a smaller size of Proppant, and the left picture shows you just the test fluid, and there we can see the formation of the agglomerates of the Proppant particles with the air bubbles as well. But they don't have enough lifting force. We talked about the buoyancy earlier. They don't have enough lifting force to form a stable suspension, and so we needed to add polymer fiber. And so in order to increase the stability of the system, we prepared another fracturing fluid, which we added polymers, as a kind of a reinforcing filler. And that was what was tested here. And here, by a method of gradual increase of polymer concentration, we concluded that the optimal concentration was 0.2%, and that allowed us to have a suspension which was stable for more than 20 minutes. And with that, we were able to have model simulations. And here we can see that the injection of a 20-40 fraction of Proppant suspension in water is accompanied by a dune with a dense structure again. And this is similar to the same thing which we had in the previous experiments, which I showed, because this is coming with a dune of a dense structure, and then there is a possibility of this dune blocking the inlet nozzle. So in this case, this kind of fluid formulations is kind of difficult to use, because at the end of the day, you're going to have the ore fracture blocked, and then they will have difficulty in pumping the ore fluid. Then the proppants will not be able to settle. They won't be able to move, because the idea behind this is for us to have them, is for us to have the proppant settling. So if you look at the picture on the right, you will see that it's different from this. Why? Because we see that at the beginning of the injection, the hydraulic fracturing fluid moves in the upper part of the fracture. And that is the idea behind this, because we need to indicate, we need to be sure that this formulation can give us an effective settling capacity of the composition. And that is exactly what this particular formulation gave us. And also, if you compare this this set of pictures with this set of pictures, you can see that coming to the later part of the injection process, these pictures were taken in 20 minutes apart. So like when it reached the 80th minute, we can see that the volume occupied by this, when we added the polymer and then the surfactant, is more compared to the volume occupied by the fluid is more compared to when you have just water and proppant alone. So, and that characterizes the loose structure of this formulation. So this was our ideal formulation of the hydraulic fracturing fluid, which will effectively perform proppant transport, proppant settling experiments, even in field conditions. So in conclusions, from the experiment, I can say that both fiber and surfactant, we can use them as proppant transport agent. However, we can actually observe that from the proppant settling test, the fiber concentration, the polymer concentration must be increased. While if you're using just surfactants without fiber, the concentration must be slightly reduced for the same proppant speed. And that's if the proppant concentration is low. Also, due to the fact that we have the highest effect of suspension capacity when surfactant is added, we can conclude from this that the addition of fibers leads to an increase in the surface area for the absorption of the water repellent. And also, as a result of the analysis of the fracture model simulation, the use of PLA fiber makes it possible for us to obtain low viscous frac fluids and stable systems which are capable of effectively transporting proppants to the wellbore. And that's all for my presentation. I hope I've been able to cover everything we did, at least to an extent, just to explain how the research went and how the all theoretical details behind it. And of course, if there are questions, and I'm glad now, I will be glad to answer all the questions that that you might have through the process of presenting the research work. And now I think the floor is up for the judges and to the audience to ask the questions. I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, hey, sorry, I was on mute there. Are you able to introduce yourself to the judges there? Sorry about that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayomikun Bello. I'm a master's student at Skoltech Institute of Science and Technology in Moscow, Russia. And I'm glad to be here today. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation. And now I'll be glad to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So as usual, if the judges would like to raise their hands if they have any questions they would like to bring up. Hisham, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayo. Thank you for a great effort and for great presentation. The first question or comment is, I'm wondering, you did not mention anything about reservoir specification, fluid type used in your study. If you just share your thoughts about what type of reservoir, what type of fluids, so would be good.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. And I didn't mention because actually it was a project. It was a project proposal for a company which we were working on an industrial project for. But actually, they're working on some unconventional reservoirs on a based on it's a. We're actually working for. My lab is a consultant for a service provider company for a company which is working on another reservoir. They're working on some unconventional reservoirs, which basically uses hydraulic fracturing in the exploitation and development of their fields.
Okay, another question you mentioned in your conclusions that necessary to increase the concentration of the surfactant and considering the economic factor. Did you consider the economic evaluation in this study?
Yes, we considered the
considering that the surfactant is very expensive. Okay.
Sorry, can you come again? I didn't get your question exactly.
You in your conclusion, you mentioned that it is necessary to increase the concentration of surfactant. Okay, so if we consider did you consider the economic factor in your research, considering that the surfactant is very expensive compared to other chemicals?
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much once again for the question. Yeah, we consider the economic factor of the whole fracturing fluid, and that's one of the part of this. But I just didn't include it because there was not much time. Actually, the particular surfactants which we used in this study was based on an industrial. It was synthesized industrially, so it wasn't, let's say, it wasn't purchased in its ready form. So it was synthesized, and how it was synthesized was based on the chemicals and the resources available to the service company. And if you look at the composition of the surfactant which was used, it combined so many other properties which cannot be found in, let's say, in just the ionic or in using just a cationic surfactant. So it's been proven that it's very much cheaper than the other one. It has higher surface activity with them, and then considering the cost, considering the economic effect of that, it's really way more cheaper than that, and that's why it's advisable for us to be able to increase the concentration or the quantity of the surfactant which you can use. Of course, we also have to think of let's say parameters such as surfactant absorption, and that is why one of my recommendations was to increase the concentration of surfactant, having in mind that you have some quantity of surfactant absorbing to the surface, and then it's cheap.
Yeah, I understand that to get the issue of surfactant absorption, it is recommended to increase the concentration of surfactant. Yeah, it still is there any impact on like an economic side? This is maybe this question in another way. If you mention it, maybe later, no problem.
I mean, with the economic impact, that's what I'm saying, that it's very much cheaper than, let's say, even if you're using just anionic or just cationic, because this particular surfactant we used is a combination of some other surfactants which were chemically synthesized in the laboratory. So it was not purchased it was not purchased as a ready-made surfactant. It was chemically synthesized, and that makes it cheaper.
Okay.
Fantastic, thank you. Najib, I think you were next up.
Okay, thank you. The presentation is good and your work is no doubt worthy. But you have not mentioned an injection rate. At what injection rate are you performing your experiment?
We performed our experiment at an injection rate of 0.6 liters per minute. And actually, this particular injection rates, I would like to mention that it's very much low compared to a real fracturing job, but that's one of our jobs because our job was just to make, my job was just to make a laboratory parameter, make some laboratory testings, and during field conditions, this can be upscaled using considering different maybe scaling laws and using some mathematical models. But of course, this was because we had a smaller model which was created in our lab, and that was why we had to downscale the injection rate. Of course, in field conditions, they can upscale that.
Okay. And next question is that in your conclusion, you are saying that the fiber and guar is used as an agent for the proppant transport.
Yes.
So here particularly, you are only using proppant size of 20 by 40 and 30 by 60. So
yes.
You must mention over here in your conclusion that your result is only particular for these two sizes. Because if the sizes are changed, for example, it goes for 40 by 70 or 70 by 140, your result may not be validated as per your experiment.
Exactly. That's
okay?
that's very much correct. And one comment I would like to give to that is that the question is not about the type of proppant. Of course, the form of the proppant actually matters a lot. Great. So, but even if you have very big proppants or very small proppants, another thing that matters is one of the reagents you add into the fracturing fluid. And for us to be able to have this proppant settling, we need to add a kind of a reinforcing filler, and that's where fiber and guar comes in. That was why fiber and guar came in. But at the last point of my conclusion, I made mention that 2040 proppant gave us the actual ideal formulation for our fracturing fluid to actually do what we wanted to do.
Okay. My last question is that why have you selected these two types of proppant in particular? Is there any reason?
Why we selected
these two sizes of proppant, 20 by 40 and 30 by 50.
Okay,
why particularly this one?
Yeah, thank you. I'll answer that. In one of the presentations, which in one of the slides during my presentation, fortunately, I'm not sure we can navigate through that, but I presented one of the laws, which is Stokes' law, and from Stokes' law, we know that if we want to have an effective settling of proppants, the smaller the proppant, the smaller the density of the proppant, the easier it is for us to be able to transport and then settle this proppant. And those were one of the factors that influenced in the selection of this proppant. Also, we studied we made extensive literature review, and considering that, we decided that those two proppants would be the ones which we would use. And actually, they were not the only type of proppants, size of proppants we used. We used other sizes as well, just that I only reported those two because they gave better results compared to the rest of them. And this has been validated by Stokes' law.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Fantastic. And Minnie, please feel free to go ahead with your questions. You're on mute again.
Bello. Okay. First, I would like to ask you, why have you used a low viscosity fluid? What we understood in hydraulic fracturing was that if we use a high viscosity fluid, it acts as a better carrier for the proppant.
Exactly. Thank you very much for the question. And I will go back to one of my first slides, I think the very first slide. And there I made I made some points where I differentiated between hydraulic fracturing and actually in hydraulic fracturing, we know that what is normally is a low viscous fluid. But then this is a very big problem because using a low viscous fluid, the fractures will only expand until the injection rate exceeds the rate of injection loss into the fractures. And because of that, you need to stop injection, or you need to interrupt injection because you need to allow the fractures to close up. And because of that, for hydraulic fracturing designs in that, what we need to do is we need to have a large fracture, but in unconventional, the formation needs to have, because the formation, they have a very low permeability. The trick is for us to limit the fracture width, and that is what a low viscous fracturing fluid will do for us. The low viscous fracturing fluid will help us to limit the fracturing width, and then the propants can go and block this width, and that is why we need a smaller size of propants, which I already explained from the previous question. So if you are using a low viscous fluid, we understand that it will be difficult for the low viscous fluid to transport the propants, and that was why in the later part of the experiment, we needed to add a fiber, a PLA fiber or guar. And that was what we used. Using a high viscous fluid, you have very large width, and it will be difficult to be able to control that. And most times when a high viscous fluid is used in hydraulic fracturing processes, what they do is they have to stop the width. Actually cost the industry a lot of money because getting us stock, and they have to also control the cost and grinding fluid condition. Using the low viscous fluid with a kind of formulation and a kind of test we had to go through, the fracture width can be controlled, and then the fracture width can be controlled, the propants can be settled, and then you then have to stop it.
Okay, so what is the permeability of the formation of the unconventional reservoir where you will be using these low viscosity frac fluids?
They had, according to the company, they tested this on a 150 millidarcy permeability.
I cannot hear you.
According to the company, they tested our formulation on a 150 millidarcy, an average 150 millidarcy permeability.
150 millidarcy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means it's a medium permeability reservoir where good permeability rather, I would say. It's a good permeability reservoir where you'll be using these frac fluids, right?
Yes.
It's not a tight reservoir.
Yeah, it's not a tight reservoir, but they've tested it on a 150 and it gave them good result. That's in field conditions. So they are moving on to test the same formulation in higher permeability formation.
So that means your aim here is not to increase the permeability of the formation, or your aim here is, are you creating the fractures in the formation, or you have natural fractures there?
No, our aim is not to increase the permeability. Our aim is to develop a formation which is able to properly settle propant in the wellbore.
So that is the reason you are using low viscosity fluids.
Exactly.
And what are the properties of the low viscosity fluids? Like how much is the viscosity, and can you tell me?
Yeah, when we did measure the rheology of this fluid, we were having at about 10 per second shear rate, we're having 320 millipascal second. But when we reached about 100 per second shear rate, we're having as low as 50 millipascal second for the viscosity.
Okay. So now my next question is, what do you mean by fiber? Guar I understand, but fiber, what do you mean by fiber here?
Fiber is polymer.
Okay.
Polymer
which
fiber.
Polymer? You have any idea which polymer?
We use polylactic acid.
Polylactic acid.
Yeah, PLA fiber. I can write that in the chat.
Okay. No, I got it.
Okay.
And next question is that how much time does it take for the fluid to degrade, to turn into water, to lose its viscosity?
The stability of the to lose its viscosity, we actually didn't check the stability of the fluid because it was not in the scope of the experiment. But to say for the fact, we had like series of experiments where, because we didn't take the fluid out to pump it again, and we had like 6 of the experiments which went through, and then we started taking the time, and each picture was taken in an interval of 20 minutes, and that was taken at 120 minutes, and after 120 minutes we still had the same form, looking exactly the same as it was in the beginning. So it means if it could take up to that time, I'm sure the stability could last up to a day.
Okay. And last question is that, I mean, whatever I have studied, we have proppants of 20 to 20 by 40 size, but instead of 3060, I am aware that 4060 is available.
Yes.
But you said 3060, so I just wanted to have an idea of it. Like you got 30, the size was 3060, not 4060.
Yes, we got 3060, and that's 60. As I explained earlier from the one of the judges who asked me the question, the proppants we used were based on formulations from Stokes law, because we know it's better for us to have the lower, the smaller the proppant size, the smaller the density, the easier it is for us to settle them in the wellbore, and that is what actually influence our decision to go with those two. And as I said, we used a lot of other type of proppants as well, but I only reported two of them because they were the ones who gave us the most desirable results.
Okay, okay, thank you, Bello.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions from the other judges? Okay. If not, then thank you very much, Ayo. It's a pleasure to have you on. As mentioned previously, Ibrahim Mabrouk, our next speaker, is unavailable until later on due to some flight delays. So we will be going straight into our break now. We're actually due for our break anyway with regards to the agenda. So we will be reconvening in approximately 1 hour, about 55 minutes. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back then. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
James, I just had a question quickly.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been filling the Excel sheet for markings, and how do I submit it to you?
Are you using it on the OneDrive?
No, separately in the Excel.
Okay, if you just if you update it within the OneDrive, it will all update automatically.
Okay, so I do that, which is assigned to my names folder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. So if you go into the file within the folder, just put your scores into that, and it will all automatically feed through to me.
Can we mail it to you? Because I
Yes,
have
you can do as well. Yeah.
And can you just let me know the email address, or we just reply onto the mails that you have sent?
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. We'll spend some time at the end to consolidate everything, so that's no problem at all.
Okay,
thank you, Minnie.
Okay.
I think
Okay,
Minnie ma'am, I will also email it.
Okay. If that's easier, then go
not
for that.
used to using OneDrive.
Okay. No problem at all. But yes, please make sure to take your break and get some relaxing. So we have 4 sessions in the next part.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the second part of our International Student Paper Contest, the Masters Division. It is taking place today on Tuesday, the 21st of September. Oh, sorry, I just clicked the wrong button there. Bear with me. This is fiddlier than it looks. So, yes, you can see here our agenda for today. We've had a slight change up. Ibrahim Mabrouk was on a flight and that got delayed, so unfortunately he was moved, but he is able to take place at the end of the day today. So we've had our break at our usual time, so we have 4 more presentations to come this afternoon. Once again, a reminder that all of these people that you're seeing here, they've already run their regional competitions, so all exceptional papers, and I hope you look forward to seeing them. Those who win today will be in for a chance of, well, they will win $1,000. Thank you to Chevron, who supports the competition and makes that possible. And yes, the winners will be announced during the ATCE Students Awards ceremony that will be taking place on Thursday. So at the close of this day today, there will be a brief period where the judges come together, compare their results, and confirm who has won, and then we'll be announcing that formally on Thursday. It looks like we're still waiting on 2 of our judges to join us, so we will just give them a few more minutes. I would just let them join us. I'll just contact them just so they can join us once more. Excellent. Just 1 more judge to go. Thank you. So just waiting on Najib. Just as some reassurance to the audience and the participants, all of our judges today, they've read the full papers for these presentations already in preparation for this competition. And in the event of any technical issues, they also have access to the video as well. So we've tried to amend these processes, doing everything on a virtual platform to make things as suitable and as inclusive as possible, so everybody from all over the world can participate. And that's been one of the big benefits of doing things virtually. Usually when we host this competition at the physical ATCE, there will always be a handful of people that are no longer able to make it. But since we've been doing things virtually, thankfully, we've managed to have all of our participants join us, so that's fantastic. So we're just waiting on Najib, and then we'll be able to get started. Here we go. Fantastic. Toby, while we're just waiting for Najib to get settled in, let me allow you to just introduce yourself quickly. We can say hello. Say hello to the judges.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tobi. Tobi at ATCE is good, representing Texas A&M today. I'm excited to be here and to share some of my work and my research with you. So thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Right. So it looks like we're all settled in, ready to go. So I will kick things off. Thank you very much, Tobi.
Good day, all. My name is Tobi at ATCE, and today I'll be giving a presentation on ionic surfactant blends for enhanced oil recovery process in high-temperature shale reservoirs. This overview presents the problem that was central to this research, the solutions determined from the results and the studies, and emphasizes why this research is important and valuable. The use of surfactants for EOR applications have been evaluated for both conventional and unconventional reservoirs. Surfactants have been shown to enhance oil recovery significantly. However, there are shortcomings in the existing surfactant systems, such as that surfactants have not been evaluated for high temperature applications. Based on my lab measurements and my studies, I successfully designed surfactant systems which are effective for applications up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. I observed that by optimizing the surfactant characteristics, such as concentration, molecular structure, and by the use of core surfactant blends, surfactant systems can be made to be effective for high temperature EOR applications. And this is very valuable to the industry as it will enable improved recovery from these reservoirs. With a large number of reserves in the Eagle Ford alone, up to 5 billion barrels of proved reserves, improving recovery by any stretch is very significant. This graph shows the total shale oil production in the US over time. The US CIA forecasts that oil produced from shale will continue to be a key driver in the total crude oil production of the US. However, even with the large number of reserves, primary recovery from these reservoirs is typically low, even when massively fractured long horizontal wells are used. These necessitate the need for EOR or IOR processes. While several EOR techniques exist for conventional reservoirs, they have limited applications in unconventionals as a result of their unique characteristics, such as low porosities and permeabilities, high TOC content, and mixed lithology. A 2017 study did show that 3 effective shale EOR practices are miscible gas injection, low salinity water flooding, and the use of surfactants. The cost of other programs may make surfactant application the most attractive. This is a plot of recovery factor against time, and this is a plot of recovery factor against contact angle. High recovery factors have been correlated to the presence of surfactants. That is, we see improved recovery when surfactants are present than without. High recovery factors have also been correlated to low water-wet contact angles. Consequently, lower recovery factors have been correlated to oil-wet contact angles. And this is especially important because recent studies have shown that shale reservoir wettability is oil-wet. Hence, if we can alter the wettability from oil-wet to water-wet, the results will be those higher recovery factors. And with the large number of reserves in these unconventional plays, improving recovery by any stretch is very significant. Currently, there are no existing surfactant systems for high temperature applications up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Most studies and field applications have been performed at temperatures below 200 degrees Fahrenheit. aqueous and thermal instability have been defined as limitations for surfactant applicability at high temperatures. However, many of the potential EOR candidates in the lower 48 are reservoirs that have temperatures greater than 200 degrees Fahrenheit. For instance, temperatures up to 320 degrees Fahrenheit have been reported in the Eagle Ford liquid-rich window. It became important to solve this problem and to unlock surfactant EOR for high temperature applications. And that really is the goal of this work: designing surfactant systems which are thermally stable and will be effective up to temperatures of 350 degrees Fahrenheit for EOR applications in shale reservoirs. In order to solve this problem, this was my approach: observe surfactant behavior, optimize the surfactant molecular structure and concentration, as well as evaluate the potential of using co-surfactant blends for these high temperature conditions. Here I present a workflow chart for the processes involved in this study. To conduct any wettability analysis, a stable crude oil brine rock system must first be established. So after the rock was cleaned and aged, and the oil sample was centrifuged and vacuumed, and clear brine and surfactant solutions were prepared, LPT contact angle measurements were performed. These are low pressure measurements performed at 170 degrees Fahrenheit. Surfactants which successfully altered wettability at LPT were further evaluated at HPHT conditions up to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. The oil and the rock samples used in these analyses were retrieved from a high temperature shale formation. And what are these surfactant molecules? Surfactant molecules are surface active agents which are amphiphilic in nature. The molecules consist of a hydrophilic head and a hydrophobic tail. They are known to alter the wettability as well as reduce the IFT. The three main types of ionic surfactants were evaluated in this study: cationic surfactants, which have a positive head charge, anionic surfactants, which have a negative head charge, and Zweiter ionic surfactants, which have both positive and negative charges in their head groups. The ionic surfactants evaluated have varying tail length and varying hydrophilic head group structures. Wettability was estimated through contact angle measurement via the captive bubble method. To measure contact angle, a rock chip was placed on a stage in a cell containing the aqueous phase. Then an oil drop was placed at the bottom of the rock chip, and images of the drop are recorded. The contact angles are extracted from these images by the digital analysis software provided with the devices. And here is how we correlate contact angle to wettability. Contact angles between 0 to 75 degrees, like in this case, are water wet. Contact angles between 75 to 105 degrees are intermediate wet, and contact angles between 105 to 180 degrees are oil wet. Now, jumping right into the results. First, the wettability of the rock was restored by aging the chips in crude oil at high temperatures for an optimal aging time determined to be 6 weeks. After aging, the wettability of the chips was oil wet. Subsequently, studies on how to apply surfactants to alter that wettability to the water wet region commenced. This plot presents contact angle versus surfactant concentration results for different surfactant types. The surfactant solutions were prepared in terms of some arbitrary X weight %. At low concentrations, the cationic surfactants, represented by thick green lines, were ineffective in altering wettability favorably. However, we do see some favorable wettability alteration tendencies with the anionic surfactants. At concentration of 10x weight %, surfactants A1, A2, A3, C4, and C5 altered the wettability from the initial oil wet conditions to favorable water wet conditions at LPT. Since surfactant C5 showed favorable results at LPT conditions, it was further evaluated at HPHT. This is a plot of contact angle against temperature for surfactant C5 at 10x weight percent and the base case without surfactants. The base case is observed to be very oil wet. Initially, when surfactants are present, the wettability is altered to water wet. However, over time, as the heating proceeded and the temperature was increased, the oil drop transitions into the intermediate wet phase and up to the oil wet phase. This result shows that while surfactants may be effective in ultra-wettability at lower temperature conditions, at higher temperatures, surfactants can become ineffective. Here are some contact angle images extracted from this study presented at the measured temperature and pressure conditions. Initially, the presence of surfactants creates a water-wet system. However, transition is observed to intermediate wet, then to oil-wet conditions at high temperatures. This is a result of the increased surfactant solubility as temperature is increased. There appears to be a maximum temperature, beyond which the surfactant becomes ineffective in altering wettability favorably. That is, ineffective in producing those low water-wet contact angle values. This temperature point is tagged the ionic surfactant temperature limit, or the ITL. Previously, surfactant effectiveness at low temperature conditions have sometimes been interpreted to mean that these surfactants were effective at high temperatures. However, this study shows that the applicability of surfactants at high temperature conditions demands rigorous testing and studies because the surfactant effectiveness varies significantly with increasing temperature and cannot be extrapolated based on low temperature results. The impact of concentration was also investigated. This plot shows contact angle versus temperature results for surfactant C5 at 10x weight percent and 20x weight percent. The higher concentration of 20x weight percent produced a lower initial contact angle and remained effective in altering wettability favorably for a wider temperature range, up to an ITL of 250 degrees Fahrenheit. It appears that higher surfactant concentrations can be more effective for EOR applications at higher temperature conditions. Here are some contact angle images. For instance, at a temperature of 300 degrees Fahrenheit, the lower concentration system was oil wet, while the higher concentration system was more water wet at the same temperature. The effect of the surfactant molecular structure was also evaluated. Results are presented for surfactant C1 and C5 at a concentration of 10x weight percent. It was observed that surfactant C1 was able to produce and maintain a more water-wet system compared to surfactant C5. Surfactant C1 also produced the higher ITL. This is solely a result of the surfactant molecular structure. C1 and C5 are similar surfactants with some variance in their molecular structure. Hence, optimizing the surfactant molecular structure and selecting surfactants with lower molecular solubility is key to designing surfactants for high temperature EOR applications. So far, the effect of surfactant concentration and surfactant molecular structure on surfactant effectiveness at high temperatures have been evaluated. The potential of using surfactant blends, that is co-surfactants, for these high temperature applications was also investigated. Surfactants X1 and Y1 are different single ionic surfactants. As single surfactant systems, they produced oil-wet contact angles as shown in the images below. The two surfactants were then combined in different combination ratios, A, B, C, D, E, indicating either 3:1 or 2:1 or 1:1, making up a total concentration of 10x weight percent. In some combination, intermediate wet, 2 water wet results were observed. Blend B and blend E produced intermediate wet systems, while blend D produced a strongly water wet system. It was determined that one more way to make surfactants effective is by mixing different surfactants for the purpose of improving the surfactant properties. Of course, following LPT results, the next thing to do was to evaluate the successful blend by HPHT study. Consistent with the LPT results, blend D produced a water-wet system, and the system remained favorably water-wet up to a temperature of 300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the lowest contact angle we've seen in the study so far. It appears that blending surfactants can improve their properties and aqueous stability. And this is novel work that hasn't been done before, as we haven't seen surfactant blends optimized for these high temperature conditions. And here are some contact angle images. We see that very low water wet contact angle for blend D, even at 300 degrees Fahrenheit. I have already mentioned that increasing the surfactant concentration can improve the surfactant performance as well as increase the ITL. This was also observed with the core surfactant blends evaluated. This is a plot of contact angle against temperature for the successful blend D at 10x weight percent and 20x weight percent, as well as another blend at 20x weight percent. At a lower concentration of 10x weight percent, the system ITL was 300 degrees Fahrenheit. When the surfactant concentration was increased, the ITL was increased also to 355 degrees Fahrenheit. Another blend ratio evaluated produced an ITL of 333 degrees Fahrenheit at the higher surfactant concentration. These ITL values are values that could not be reached with the single surfactants alone, even when their concentration was increased or their molecular structure was optimized, their ITLs were still limited. Hence, the use of core surfactants is a breakthrough for high temperature EOR applications. Here are some contact angle images for one of the high concentration blends. The system starts off as water wet and remains strongly water wet even up to high temperatures of 355 degrees Fahrenheit. Generally, a similar trend has been observed in the behavior of ionic surfactants at high temperatures. Ionic surfactants were observed to become ineffective in ultra-wettability as temperature was increased. This was determined to be a result of the increased surfactant solubility. That is, the surfactant petitions into the brine solution as opposed to remaining at the interface, which leads to a reduction in the effectiveness of the surfactant above a certain temperature range. However, this study has shown that the ITL can be improved and the solubility of the surfactant system can be reduced. In summary, I successfully designed surfactant systems for high temperature applications. I did this by optimizing the surfactant molecular structure and the surfactant concentration, and also by designing novel co-surfactant blends to improve the system properties. This work unlocks the potential for oil recovery from a high number of old wells in the unconventional plays. Gas injection is limited and expensive because these are deep wells with high temperatures and will require the use of large compressors. and the application of surfactant EOR method is cheaper. Hence, this significantly enhances EOR possibilities and unlocks great potential for oil recovery in these high temperature shale reservoirs. This concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tobi. Again, as usual, I'd like to see if there's a show of hands from any of our judges to ask Tobi some questions. Who would like to go first? Minnie, please go ahead. Are you able to unmute?
Yes, sorry. Tobi, it's a very good presentation that you made. You presented very well, very clear, very crisp. Now my first question is, why do you use these formulation of surfactant blends for shale reservoirs? Why not for conventional reservoirs which have high temperature?
Well, thank you so much for that question. The reason I'm exploring this in unconventional reservoirs is this project was brought to us from a company currently exploring some unconventional reservoirs. So this work is really a study that they're trying to put in place in their unconventional place. And that's why that has been the focus of my work so far.
Okay. Otherwise, you can try for conventional reservoirs. High temperature. Okay, when you make a blend of surfactants, what are the type of surfactants that you have used?
Yes.
What is that blend?
Thank you again for that question. I would love to provide some information on what surfactants were used and their combination ratios, but that is proprietary information, so I cannot really disclose it at this time. But hopefully in some of my subsequent papers, that information will be made available.
No, just an idea. Is it a mixture of anionic, cationic, zwitterionic, non-ionic, all the four, or just a mixture of two, or just a mixture of three?
Yes.
Just a broad idea. Idea you can give.
Okay, I can give a broad idea. So it's a mixture of two different types of ionic surfactants. I cannot specify what type of surfactants, but there are two surfactants, one X1, one Y1, and I combine them in different combination ratios, such as 3:1 or 1:2 or 1:3, in order to see some results on how they will alter the wettability.
Okay. Another thing is that you say that it's an economical process. Why do you say that?
It's an economical process because compared to gas injection, the cost of gas is in the millions. Gas has huge compression costs, and the price of gas itself is on the rise, and that makes it very expensive. In contrast, the main cost with surfactants is the surface facility, which is already readily available. And the surfactant chemicals themselves are actually inexpensive. Depending on the size of the job, it could be within the range of $100,000 to $300,000 US. And that's compared to the millions of dollars required for gas injection. So compared to any other EOR processes in these rocks, the use of surfactants is very economical.
No, if we compare to polymer, other chemical EOR processes like polymer or alkaline surfactant polymer, then how do you compare the economics?
Yes, I mean, that's a great observation. However, polymers will not work in this rock because these are very tight rocks. And so polymers will end up clogging the portrait of the rock and the rock matrix. And that's why you really can't use polymers in this unconventional reservoir. And that's why we focused on surfactants, which is more economical. And
you mean to say the reservoirs are tight?
Yes, these are very tight reservoirs, very low permeability.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, well answered.
Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you. Hasham, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. It will be a very interesting presentation and congratulations for winning the regional contest. First, I just like confirmation question. So what you have did in laboratory experiment is a fluid test, or you also did a rock fluid test?
Yes, and so thank you so much. That's a great question. So this was the first phase of my experiment that was exploring the contact angle and wettability. So some of these surfactants have will be and have been tested by spontaneous inhibition measurements. That's where you use the AMO test that you're talking about. And so what the spontaneous inhibition measurements will do is help us quantify the actual amount of oil recovery from these surfactants. And so that is in process currently and will be part of the future work. But I just wanted to show some of the progress in my work so far.
Yeah, so what I understand, one, just like there is a potential of using surfactant at high temperature, and could also increase oil recovery factor, but still like a lot of work should be done, especially in rock fluid part. Am I right?
I cannot hear you clearly. Please come again.
Yeah, what I understand, yeah, from what has been done up to now is there is a good potential of using the surfactant at high temperatures, 320, and also potential for like improving the oil recovery. But still, the rock fluid part not has been done. The reduction of residual oil saturation is still how much still need to be to confirm and to be tested. Am I right?
That question is still not very clear. I'm sorry. There seems to be a problem with the audio.
No, it's just a confirmation, not a question. What I understand from what you present, that is, you did the fluid test and shows a good result. It shows a good potential for using the surfactant at high temperature. But still, the rock fluid part should be done to confirm this result, to confirm the potentiality of residual oil saturation reduction and incremental of oil recovery.
Yes, definitely. That's a great observation. And I agree with that. The fluid test should be done. And some of those fluid tests are actually currently in progress. And so far, we've seen spectacular oil recovery factors using some of these surfactant blends that I've currently shown today. However, that's, of course, for future work, and I will be publishing some of that data in the future. But yes, these surfactants have shown great potential in improving oil recovery based on the spontaneous inhibition experiments that I've done so far.
Exactly. So just one last question regarding the laboratory condition. So you consider reservoir condition or like general condition? What was the experiment condition?
Oh yes, the experiment conditions. So the experiments were performed at the reservoir temperature, and the rock samples and the oil samples were recovered from the same reservoir. So everything is kept constant. Even the fluid phase is tested with the makeup water or the produced water from the reservoir. So the experiments are being performed exactly at reservoir conditions so that whatever we do in the lab is replicated exactly in the field.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Hisham. Any further questions from the judges?
No, it's okay from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Najib. Okay, fantastic. Well then, thank you very much, Tobi. Great presentation, and we will find out in the next few days how well you've done. But thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you. Next up, we will have our next presentation here. So I'd like to introduce, I believe it's going to be Jamal. Yep, there we go. Jamal, I will ask you to introduce yourself first. I'll just allow you to turn your microphone and camera on if you'd like to say hello and introduce yourself, and I'll start your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm Jamal Ahmedov from University of Louisiana Lafayette, and happy to be here to be sharing my research with the audience. And thanks to the organizers and judges for making this event possible. And yes, I'm looking forward to my talk. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well then, without further ado, we'll get started.
Hello ATCE attendees, my name is Jamal Ahmedov. Actually, I have already obtained my master's in petroleum engineering from University of Louisiana Lafayette last month, and the paper I will be presenting today, which was also the part of my thesis, focuses on utilizing data-driven models to predict brittleness in Tuscaloosa shale with a machine learning approach. I will start my presentation with some introduction and background. We'll show materials and methods used, and will present results, conclusions, and references at the end. This study is focused on the Skoltech Shale, which is an unconventional reservoir across central Louisiana and southern Mississippi. It has an estimated recoverable resources of 1.5 billion barrels of oil and 4.6 trillion cubic feet of gas. In terms of its location, it has some inherent advantages such as low acreage costs, easy access to pipelines and refineries, and also the positive tax environment in Louisiana and Mississippi. However, it's still considered a challenging formation due to the high costs associated with drilling and completion. And there are two main reasons for this. First one is high clay content, which is 50% on average and creates a lot of challenges, especially for drilling. Second one is rapidly changing mineralogy. If you look at the figure on the left, you can see that the changes in mineralogy, it's on a scale that's even less than an inch. And this fine scale heterogeneity makes it really difficult to select intervals for well placement and creates a lot of issues for fracture propagation as well. One of the widely utilized techniques to screen potential intervals for hydraulic fracturing is brittleness. Brittleness is a property of a material to break or shatter, and usually the zones with high brittleness are preferred for hydraulic fracturing, since more fractures can be formed and it can result in increased recovery. However, brittleness is typically obtained using costly and time-consuming laboratory tests, and instead machine learning can be employed to reduce cost and time elements associated with experimental techniques. Let's look at these two techniques in more detail in the next slide. Here we can see the time and cost figures associated with laboratory tests for one well. It costs about $137,000 and it takes almost 7 days to obtain brittleness values for one well. And in addition to that, estimations or the values of brittleness are only obtained for discrete samples, and we are not able to have estimations for the whole depth interval, which is very important to screen intervals for hydraulic fracturing. Instead, if we can use data from well logs, which are always available as a part of routine drilling program, and apply machine learning to predict brittleness from this data, we can eliminate cost and time associated with experiments, and most importantly, we can have estimations for the whole depth intervals, and we can perform our interval selection. Here you can see the common machine learning framework that has data containing inputs with corresponding outputs and have some hidden patterns in it. The machine learning algorithm will try to learn these patterns and will apply the same knowledge that it has learned to unseen data to predict the new values. In our case, the inputs are well logs and the output is brittleness index, which is widely used to describe brittleness. And in the next slides, we will show you in more detail which well logs we are using and how we are estimating the brittleness index. However, this is the first step of our machine learning methodology, where we are extracting all the raw data we need, and after this, in the second step, we apply some data preprocessing techniques such as feature selection, cleaning, outlier removal, scaling, and dividing the whole dataset into train and test sets. Once we have whole dataset ready, we perform model training, where we evaluate several models and identify the one with best performance. And after having the best model, now we can predict new brittleness index values for the test set and compare these values to the actual data to see how well our model performed. The dataset included well log data from 8 wells. 2 of them are located in Mississippi and 6 of them are located in Louisiana. And TMS start depths range from 11,668 feet to 15,042 feet, which cover the wide range of depth intervals in TMS. And the average TMS interval thickness was 184 feet. The input features are the conventional well logs, which include density, gamma ray, resistivity, density and neutron porosity, and also the compressional slowness logs. Prior to data preprocessing, the dataset contained 6 features in total, which I mentioned earlier, and overall it had 2,934 data points. To estimate the brittleness indices and obtain the output, we used the empirical equation that were developed by Rickman et al. In 2008. And as you can see, this equation is based on the Young's modulus and Poisson's ratio, which are mechanical properties of the rock and widely used to describe brittleness. And we use the static properties, and for that, first we are estimating dynamic properties from the well logs, namely compressional and shear slowness logs, and then we're using these values and we're using the coefficients to convert dynamic properties to static properties. And how we do it? We use the triaxial data points that we obtained from triaxial compressive strength tests, and based on these data points, which had both static and dynamic properties, we develop correlations between static and dynamic Young's modulus and also static and dynamic Poisson's ratio, and then we obtain coefficients where we can convert dynamic properties to static properties further. After obtaining raw data, we move to the data preprocessing step, where we remove outliers for density, neutron and density porosity, and compressional and shear slowness logs. As you can see, after removing the outliers, the distribution of features got more centered, especially for neutron porosity and compressional slowness logs. And this is really important because most of the machine learning algorithms, they require to have a normal distributed input features. Next, we estimate skewness values to determine if any of our features have highly skewed distribution. And usually the skewness values above 2 and below -2 corresponds to highly skewed distributions. In our case, density and resistivity well logs have skewness values below -2 and above 2 respectively, and that's why we will apply Box-Cox power transformation to transform this feature to the normal distributed features, so that these features doesn't have a negative impact on development of some machine learning models. As you can see from the probability plots, the resistivity values are not normally distributed, and we perform Box-Cox power transformation with lambda parameter of 0, which is equivalent to logarithmic transformation. And as you can see in the figure below, after performing transformation, the resistivity values are more normally distributed. We perform Box-Cox power transformation for density logs as well, and in this case we use lambda value of 15, and as you can see, after the transformation, our density values are more normally distributed. To select the most relevant input features for the machine learning models, we calculated correlation coefficients between brittleness index and the input features, or well logs. From the correlation matrix heatmap, we can see that there is a strong correlation between neutron porosity and brittleness index, and also the compressional slowness and brittleness index. In addition to that, we observe a collinearity between density and density porosity, which was expected, and since density had a stronger relationship with brittleness index, we remove density porosity as a feature. Although the correlation for density wasn't that high, we still included it as an input feature for the models, since high density is usually related to the brittleness. Next, we move to the model training, where we train 80% of the data and we leave 20% for the prediction. As you can see in the table, we show the machine learning algorithms we used and the errors we got from running these models on training data and validation data. Validation data is a dataset that's held back from training data, and it provides an unbiased evaluation of a model feed on training set, since model is not using this data to be trained. It means that if the error for training data and validation data is close to each other, the model performs relatively well, and it doesn't overfit. The errors are expressed in the form of root mean squared error, and to give you an idea of the model performance, how well model performs, the average value of brittleness index in the training set is 687. Next, we decided to use the machine learning models inside the green box and to further improve these models, since these models were more complex than other models and they had more room for improvement. Next, we perform fine-tuning using the grid search method, which is basically running each machine learning model with different sets of parameters and see which set of parameters gives the lowest error and achieves the best performance. In the table, you can see best parameter sets for each model and corresponding training and validation errors. And as you can see, the gradient boosting had the lowest training and validation error, and we decided to move forward and use this model for the prediction on the test set. Here we can see the brittleness index predictions for the left-out data based on the gradient boosting model. And here you can see that most of the data points, most of the predictions lie close to the straight line, which shows a good match between predicted and actual values. In terms of model performance, we achieved an RMSE of 49.6 and R-squared of 0.86. We also estimated the normalized RMSE, which is the RMSE divided by the average brittleness index, and it describes the error relative to the observed range of variable and gives a better description of the model performance. And in our case, the normalized RMSE was 0.07, which is a relatively low value and shows the good model performance. And at the end, we used the gradient boosting model, same model we used for the test set, to predict the brittleness index values for the whole data set and check the performance of the model. And as you can see, the model performed really well and achieved the RMSE of 43.4, normalized RMSE of 0.06, and R-squared of 0.88. To conclude, we successfully predicted brittleness index in a cost and time-effective manner using machine learning. And this proposed machine learning model can be used as a tool for initial screening of fracturing candidates and selection of fracturing intervals. However, this would be more of a qualitative tool where initial scanning of fracturing candidates can be performed, and further more quantitative techniques can be used to do analysis on these selected intervals. And results can provide valuable insights into the optimization of completion and ultimately enable economic recovery from the Tuscaloosa shell. And I hope this work can bridge the gap between university and industry and can help both parties to succeed. At the end, I would like to thank US Department of Energy and industry partners for the project grant and the data, my advisor, Dr. Mehdi Mukhtari from University of Louisiana Lafayette, who always gave valuable suggestions and guidance, and all the people in Tuscaloosa Shell Laboratory team who have helped me carrying out this research. And here are the references. Thank you for your attention, and please feel free to ask any questions if you have.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Right, I can see, Suvik, you had your hand up straight away for questions, so please go ahead with your first.
Hey Jamal, thank you. It's a great presentation, great work as well, utilizing machine learning. Sovik, I just had two quick questions. One is, I saw density is one of your input parameters for training and testing purpose. So did you check for the caliper log readings to distinguish good data versus bad data in density log, since it's being measured by padded tools? So wherever there is a washout, you will have erroneous low density values, and maybe. So are those density values, the outliers that you excluded from your data set, are those supported by caliper log validations? That's the first one.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your question. This data is cleaned. Its outliers were removed based on the quality of the logs, and all the quality issues were taken into account before the training models and using this data as a features.
Okay, the second one is I saw that the 8 wells are distributed in Louisiana and Mississippi. So I'll assume that they are far distant from each other, and maybe is it worth it to treat the Louisiana and Mississippi wells separately, since I'm worried about the lateral homogeneity and how these wells or the shales will geologically behave. They behave maybe similarly, maybe not, right? I mean, what's your comment on that? I mean, see, end of the day, data is data, and you train the data statistically, and whatever statistics will give us, that's good enough. But what's your take on the geological continuity of these same target formation, both in Louisiana area and Mississippi area, since they are far apart?
Yes, actually, for this formation, for the Skoltech shale, there's a main productive zone that's in the border between Mississippi and Louisiana. So the wells are relatively close to each other. And since this is an emerging formation, there is not a lot of wells drilled, and they are concentrated on the same area. And in terms of geological characteristics, they're relatively same. So they are actually very close to each other.
And I also saw quite a bit distribution in your gamma ray log. I mean, the gamma ray value quite a bit spans from the lower end 50 to upper end 100. So is there a combination of carbonate rich and carbonate poor shales, something like that? I mean, how do you see the difference in ecology?
Yeah. So for the gamma ray, we didn't have a big range. So it was mainly clay rich shales. But at some point, let's say at the bottom of the TMS intervals, in some wells we have carbon-rich layers, but it was rare, and in most of the cases it was clay-rich rocks. So in the formation there is a lot of clay content. It's on average it's about 50%, and in most cases you see high gamma ray values, and it's around 100 to 150, and yeah, it's mainly clay-rich shales in the formation.
Thanks so much. Well answered.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Fantastic. Any other questions?
Should I ask one?
Yep. Yes, please go ahead, Minnie. Thank you.
Just one question. Jamal, how do you plan to take this study further?
Okay, that's a good question. So as a part of our project, it's Department of Energy project. There is a collaboration between industry and the academia or the research universities that are carrying out the objectives of research. So as a next step, the idea would be trying and checking these models on the new wells that will be drilled in the formation. And that's the next step, and it's going to be hopefully be carried out during the next year, when the new wells is going to be drilled and the model can be tried and it can be validated in the field.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other further questions from the judges? It looks like we will be running to time, so that's great. So thank you very much, Jamal. It's a pleasure having you. Next up, we have our penultimate session for today, Dylan Crane. Just as a reminder, Ibrahim Mabrouk will be taking place at the end of this session, as opposed to the agenda. But Dylan, let me make you a co-host. If you want to say hello and welcome to the judges, please feel free to introduce yourself.
Hi, how is everyone?
Good.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the moderators and the judges. I know it's been a long day, and I hope that you enjoyed the presentation and you find some value from it, and that you have plenty of questions at the end. So thank you so much.
Fantastic. Well then, without further ado, let's watch Dylan Marshall Crane.
Today we're going to be going over an extended framework for multi-fidelity uncertainty quantification in subsurface flow systems. I would like to preface that this work is an extension as well as an improvement on a previous work by Kostakis et al. 2020, and you can find more information about it as well as a reference to it in my paper. So with that in mind, what is multi-fidelity uncertainty quantification? Well, whenever we model the subsurface, there's going to be inherent uncertainty in the input parameters. And what that does is it propagates itself out to uncertainty in the output parameters, or our quantities of interest, or Q of I's. This is very challenging managerially because say you're given a cumulative oil value. You may not know how accurate that is in reality, if it's close to what you'll actually receive from the reservoir. And you need to know the uncertainty in that value. One way of quantifying this uncertainty is to run a large number on the order of 1,000 simulations that are very fine scaled. The only issue with this approach is that it can be very computationally expensive, not prohibitive. And so what MFUQ tries to do is it tries to reduce this computational complexity by utilizing many different levels of coarsening or fidelity. What we do is we begin with those order of 1,000 simulations or models that span that input uncertainty. And instead of running them at a fine level, we run them at a highly coarsened level, shown here on the left. What's nice about this is that this will reduce the computational complexity, but there'll be that modeling error. And so what we do at this step is we take a subset of these models, usually half in our case, and then we run them at a next finer level. And so we're running it at a more expensive upscaling level, but we have fewer of the models, which means that the computational complexity will even itself out. And so we continue this method of simulating, selecting a subset, and then running that smaller set of models on a finer level, all the way until we only have on the order of 10 simulations at the finest scale instead of order of 1,000. And so if we didn't use MFUQ, there's two other straightforward approaches. One is we could just reduce the number of models in the ensemble. So instead of, say, 640 that we start off with, shown on this blue CDF for producer 1 oil rate at 1,000 days, we can instead say just take 80 of them, and we get this green CDF. And where we're already seeing error due to that selection error. And if we did 10, then it's almost not even worth the trouble. Another approach we could do, instead of reducing the size of the ensemble, we could keep it the same and instead just reduce the fidelity or upscale all the models. So we can start with our fine and blue and then upscale it to a significant degree to get the green. And here we're seeing error due to modeling error. So we're making these cells too large and there's not enough information in there to get the results that we're after. And so what MFUQ tries to do is it tries to combine both of these methods in such a way that we can benefit off of their value without being hurt by the error associated with them. And we end up getting accurate CDFs that are built out of on the order of 10 models. And so the crux behind MFUQ, what gave us the motivation for it, was that if we take a given Q of I, let's say cumulative oil produced, and we look at this solid curve, which is going to be its CDF on the fine ensemble. And then we look at the dashed one, which is an arbitrarily upscaled version of that ensemble. We can track some of the models through here. And if we focus on the magenta for a moment, we can see that the error in the Q of I, or that cumulative oil, in the x-axis is quite significant. However, if we look at the y, it's fairly small. And so what this tells us is that we can have just a few of these fine scale models, as we described previously, simulated, and then we can use a larger ensemble of coarser models to hopefully assign percentiles to these values and get these points in the CDF. If we took it a step further and didn't just use an arbitrary upscaling level, we could do it at many different levels, with finest on the left and coarsening to the right. If we took an average QI error for all these ensembles, we see what we would expect, where the QI error will increase as we coarsen, getting very high, even upwards to 30%. If we did the same thing with percentile error, though, instead of the Q of I, we again see increasing error. However, it's much flatter and much lower. In fact, it only stops being around the same value about at the 2020 upscaling value. And so what we see from this is that we could assign some cutoff, some maximum percentile error that we find acceptable. And then we could define the coarsest ensemble with the most models that agrees with this and call it the J star or rank preserving level, and use it with all of its models to assign percentiles to our few order 10 simulations that define. And so for an even higher level look at our MFUQ framework and a flowchart for the whole process, we see that model on the left. And so before getting into that, I want to define a fidelity level, or J. This is going to be our upscaling, where 0 is going to be the finest level and J equals L is going to be the coarsest. So we're going to be given an ensemble of geomodels. And from there, we're going to coarsen all those models as high as we are willing to go. At that point, we're going to simulate the ensemble, which is going to be very cheap due to their high coarsening. We're going to take a subset of them, and then we're going to run that subset on a slightly finer version of the ensemble. And we're going to continue this process, simulating, sampling, and then upscaling to a lesser degree, refining, all until we get to having only on the order of 10 models at the finest level. And so we have these QY values at these levels. We take these to be true. But now we need to assign percentiles to them. We only have 10 or so you can't just use them to do it. You need a larger amount of information. And so we can do it one of two ways. They're independent of each other now. One is a rank preserving level, as we mentioned on the last slide, and the second is an error model. Using one of these two methods, we will finally have our Q of I CDFs that we're after. And so before moving forward, I want to go over briefly two of the ensembles we're going to be using for some of the determinations in the next slides. The first is a 2D channelized inverted 5-spot problem where all the wells are BHP controlled. We're looking at 18 Q of I simultaneously, cumulative oil, cumulative water, and the rates of the production wells for 2 discrete times. Similarly, we're going to be looking at a 2D embedded discrete fracture ensemble, or EDFM. It's again an inverted 5-spot, BHP controlled, and we're looking at the same 18 Q of I. Furthermore, when we're doing these, doing this MFUQ, we're going to be looking at 7 levels for these ensembles, with 0 again being that finest. We're only running 10 models. An example for the channelized is shown in red here. And then as we coarsen, we're going to be running more models since they're cheaper. At J equals 3, we'll have 80 of this 30 by 30 shown in green here for the channelized, and all the way up to 640 for the coarsest. Now, the first pillar of MFUQ is going to be that model selection. This is important because as we go from a certain fidelity to the next, from coarse to finer, we want to make sure these points are well spread out over our CDF, because if we end up only having 10 points at the end, as shown by the red points on this curve, or the black curve is unknown, is what we're trying to find. If these points were all clustered in one point, then it wouldn't be very helpful. We wouldn't have an idea of what this uncertainty is. And so the idea is we want all these Q of I to simultaneously be well spread out over the CDF at each refining step. This is actually very challenging for many Q of I. Like we're looking at 18. It's in fact an NP hard problem. And the way that the previous author, Kostakis et al., approached this was to use a greedy algorithm. But we did find some issues with this approach, as we'll be describing in the next slide. And we decided to update it using a genetic algorithm that uses a minimization problem. And so we're going to be comparing these two methods for this model selection to get nice even spreads. I'm using this metric here, where essentially 1 is just going to have perfect spread for over all Q of I. So if you have 10 points, it would say for each Q of I, the lowest is P10, the next is P20, so on and so forth. And so what we did here is that where the greedy algorithm is in red and the genetic is in blue, and fidelity is coarsening to the right. We're going to just look at the finest level because this is where we do our final selection. This is the most important. And the y-axis is going to be that selection efficiency, where 1 is going to be perfect. 1 is better. Now what we did is we ran each of these selection algorithms 10 times on the same set of data. And so for the greedy in red, it varied from a pretty good value, pretty good selection, all the way down to quite a poor one. It had a very large variance here, which means we were getting inconsistent results. Whenever we used our new genetic algorithm instead, we got higher results, even the best greedy, and also they're much tighter and much more consistent. And so to give an idea of how this works, if we were to just look at one QI for a moment, let's say cumulative oil, and we had 8 models at this fidelity level, we're going to want to go to the next finer one and take a subset of these. So we're going to rank them, where this top is the highest cumulative oil, and this is the lowest for the model. If we take, say, 4 of them for the next level, we can move them over, cap them at 0 and 100%, and take their percentile differences between each other. So what our genetic algorithm is trying to do is it's trying to minimize this maximum gap here. Because if you have a CDF and you have your points, minimizing that maximum percentile is going to give you a nice spread over the percentiles. And so we're actually minimizing this function here, where this represents that maximum delta P. This epsilon is going to be a tail penalty, which keeps these points from trying to cluster in the middle. And this W is a weighting term in case you care more about some Q of I than others. Besides just being better at getting a nice spread than the greedy algorithm, this approach is also much more flexible. For example, sometimes you don't want 10 models. Sometimes you just want the P10, the P50, and the P90. In which case, we can adjust our weights with this new setup, and we can achieve that. Just looking at 2 Q of I, cumulative oil and water, we see that each of our 3 points for each of our Q of I get within plus or minus that P10, P50, P90, which is sometimes all that you want. This was not possible before with the greedy algorithm. Next, sometimes your CDFs are going to change quite a bit in the Q of I direction with only a small in the percentile. This can be problematic because our current minimization is minimizing over the Y or the delta P direction. And so it really doesn't capture any of this of the CDF that you might be interested in. And so what's nice about our new approach, which again wasn't possible in the older greedy setup, is that we can now plug and play. Instead of looking at just the percentile or the Y, we can incorporate the X in kind of an arc length sense. And we can now, minimizing with this value instead of the percentile, get a full coverage of the CDF and have an idea of what it looks like. And so now after we've done our selections, we've gone from coarse all the way to fine. And we have our 10 or so models, and we have their, what we're going to say are true fine scale Q of I values. We have them, but with having such a few number, we can't accurately assign percentiles. And so we mentioned earlier that what we can do is we can have an acceptable error in percentile, and then the largest ensemble, because we need a lot of models to assign these percentiles, that achieves this will be our rank preserving. The issue with this is at the moment happens to be that we get this information on this chart by running the entire ensemble at each fidelity level, which is exactly what we want to avoid. And so what we need is we need some kind of proxy for this percentile value. The previous authors used something called a rank error, defined here. And to get a better idea of this, we're going to look at this cartoon. So say we've run all the way down, we've gone from coarse all the way to the finest, and we're here on the left. And we only have 4 models in this case. Let's say this is cumulative oil. And so what we're going to do is we're going to rank these models. We know the cyan one is the highest in comparison to the rest of these 3, and the magenta is the lowest. And so we know this is the correct ranking, 1, 2, 3, 4. If we then backtrack to the next coarsening level, we can track these models that we know the true ranking and see if there's any discrepancy. And so the first 2, cyan over red, is as it should be. But then if we get to the next where we have magenta over green, there's been a switch. This means that there has to be percentile error here. And so when we sum these up overall Q of I, we have our proxy for percentile, and we can find our J star or rank preserving level and then assign percentiles. There is, however, as I mentioned, an issue with this approach that Kostakis used. And that's that I've said again and again that we tend to have on the order of 10 fine scale models at the end. But this is not a set rule. You could have 20, you could have 30, you could have 40. It's going to get more expensive, but if you need it, it's there. So the issue is that as we increase these numbers, the rank metric's going to give us different results for J star. If we run this ensemble, we know the true J star is 2. This is just from running all the simulations, which corresponds to this orange curve. So if we have our cutoff epsilon, it'll tell us for a while the correct number, that it's J star is 2. But as you increase the number of fine models at the end from 10 to say 20, now it's saying J star is 1 and is about to say that it just doesn't give you any information. And so this is incorrect. The true value is 2. And so what we need instead is we need values that are both correct and consistent across many different fine scale limits on the number of models. We handled this in our work by ensuring that not just the rank, but then also the Q of I is taken into account whenever we're using this percentile error proxy. This gives us kind of an area metric. And so doing so, we get exactly what we sought after. It's correctly telling us that J star is 2, or this orange curve with our epsilon. And then also most of the curves are relatively flat or invariant with the number of fine scale models at the end, which is exactly what we tried to achieve. And so we've improved this percentile metric, error metric. Now we also have a second methodology that we implemented that can also do percentile assignment, and you can choose to do as opposed to the previous method. And what it does is, instead of at each step coursing to finer, instead of just discarding the results from some of the coarser models, you keep them in and you correct their percentile values using an error model that iteratively improves the results with more of that refined information. It does this using an inverse distance weighting interpolation, and we can actually see the improvement here for cumulative oil, where we go from J equals 5 and approach 0 as it improves towards the true CDF curve. And so we want to make sure that this new error model matches up with J star, that it's a fairly accurate method. And so if we use this new metric, where 1 again is going to be a perfect percentile assignment, so 1 is better, and we look at the final models that we selected, we can compare the two methods, where blue is J star and red is that error metric. And we see that they're pretty consistent across the board. And so we are happy to use the error metric instead of J star if appropriate. And so finally, we're going to be going over our results for this extended MFUQ approach. And in doing so, we're going to introduce a new ensemble. It's going to be a 3D channelized with 2 injectors and 2 producers. The wells are going to be fully penetrating and BHP controlled. Now we're going to have 14 Q of I because we lost 2 producers instead of 18. Furthermore, we're going to be using 6 fidelity levels instead of 7, where the largest is going to be 320, and this is just due to the computational expense of these larger models. So looking at some results using the rank preserving percentile assignment, not the error model here, the black curve is going to be the true CDF that we do not know. This is what we're trying to find. And the points are going to be what returns from MFUQ, and they're colored based on the model number. So for all 4 of these shown, there are 14 total, but we're showing 4. The models are well spread out over all CDFs, a few tails here and there, but for the most part. And they're also very accurate, all of them pretty much landing right on that unknown CDF, besides maybe this pink model. If we use the error model percentile assignment instead, we see similar results, very accurate in every case, with overall pretty good spread. This is not always the case, however. Occasionally, we're doing 14 Q of I at the same time. Occasionally, you find cases where it does not do as well as expected. So it's using rank preserving. But what was encouraging was that when we use the error model instead of rank preserving, it's still off, but it does much better than it did with the previous method, which is very encouraging. And so finally, we want to look at our speedups. And so looking at all of our different ensembles, we see that we can get from 24 speedup up to 10 for the more complicated one, with the error model always outperforming the rank preserving because it has a speedup advantage. And so overall, what we've done is we have enhanced this MFUQ framework. We've applied an optimization for the selection. We can achieve targeted percentiles, and we streamline that percentile assignment with an error model. We apply this MFUQ to an EDFM and 3D channelized model, and we've observed speedups in the order of 5 to 25 relative to all the fine simulations. Thank you for staying here for my talk, and I'm now open to questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dylan. Again, as usual, from the judges, any show of hands for our first question? Everyone's thinking. Minnie, please go ahead. Thank you.
Dylan.
Yes.
It's a tough work that you did, I must say. Huh?
Oh.
I mean, this is not my area of work. I mean, I have been interpreting, but I have not gone into the mathematics of the simulation. But anyway, my question is that in the last slide that you showed, in one of the last slides that you showed, there is some variation. In one of the slides you showed that there is a complete match, but in one of the slides you showed that there is a mismatch. So what are the reasons for that?
Right. So I believe I think I was showing the difference in the percentile assignment method. So there's two different ways of doing it. There's the rank preserving, where you're essentially taking coarser models, we have more of them, to assign those values. Because the QI are off, but the percentiles aren't necessarily. The second way was using our error model approach. And the difference is that they're just very different methodologies for attaining those percentiles. And the error model is also much faster because sometimes you need to do additional runs, like say, as you're refining, say instead of having 10, you only have 20, but 20 is not enough either, so you have to run more at that level. So the error model is a different approach, and it's also faster than the previous one that we had set up. That's what that difference is. It's quite just a different way of assigning them, and we kind of came across that near the end of my master's. So that was a new way of handling the situation that we were able to utilize. That's why there was that difference, though. And also we're trying to match a 14 or 18 QI at the same time, and it's a bit challenging to pick them out that they're well spread and on that curve simultaneously, because say you're looking at cumulative oil, cumulative water, one of your models that you pick could be all the way up in the P90, then if you go to cumulative oil, it could be somewhere in the middle of P50. Like they vary across all the different quantities that you're after. And so that's why it's an APR problem. That's where some of that error crept up. But I will say that's quite rare. That was the only case out of our 3 ensembles and the only QI that acted up that way. But yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hasham, please go ahead with your question.
Yes. Thank you, Bello, for your interesting presentation, and congratulations for winning the regional contest. Welcome to SP International SPC. We almost had the challenge between saving the time during numerical simulation and at the same time keeping the high efficiency and quality. Right. So sometimes So what you did and what in your research is relating to minimize the risk, minimize the error, at the same time reducing the time saving. So can you elaborate on this one? Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is you'd like me to extend on the balance between trying to be accurate as well as the speed up. Is that correct? So getting the speed up was the main point of like what we were after here, because as we're aware, uncertainty quantification is extremely expensive. It can take a long time to do. But we wanted to have accuracy. And so that's why we do that multi-fidelity level. That's where the intuition came from, is at the end of this, we only get about 10 points on CDF instead of a full curve. And so that's kind of the trade-off between that accuracy and that speed up. And that's why we put so much effort into trying to make sure they're spread out, so we have an idea of what it looks like with only, say, 10 points or so. That's really the balance there. And also what this could be used for, I worked with Chevron on this, is that it could be used as, say you're running a full uncertainty quantification at the time, you could run this simultaneously, which would finish much quicker, and you could see what things are looking like and decide whether you want to maybe kill that larger uncertainty quantification before it finishes and use those resources in another way.
Fit. So just confirmation. So are you using like the same machine, same simulator, same everything, or different?
Mm-hmm. Yes, for those times, yes, everything was exactly the same.
And
same
what
course.
was your benchmark model or reference model to compare the results?
On the benchmark on what?
To compare your result with like calculate the errors. So what was your benchmark model or reference model in your
So
research?
The benchmark was the 3 ensemble, and then also the benchmark for the timing was based on CPU time. I don't know if I may be quite be catching your question though. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the judges?
No questions from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Najib. Okay, if there are no further questions, thank you so much, Dylan. Again, incredible work that you've shown there. Congratulations. And hopefully, you never know, we may be hearing from you soon on Thursday as well. Right, let's move on to our final presentation for today. We have Ibrahim Mabrouk, who from the agenda was due to participate earlier, but he's now joining us for our final session. So Ibrahim, are you able, let me just make you co-host. If you'd like to introduce yourself to the judges, we would be happy to see you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to present here. And also thank you for being able to reschedule my session. Like a flight today, and I wasn't able to be presenting in the first assigned time. So my name is Ibrahim Mabrouk. I just finished my MSc University in Edinburgh. And this is my work on my graduation thesis that was performed as a combination between my university, the company that I'm currently working for. It's a Shell joint venture in Egypt. So we can start the presentation, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll be speaking to you soon. Right, let's get started.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all of the audience for listening to this presentation, and a special thank you to the SPE committee for managing to continue to organize the student paper contest in these tough circumstances. My name is Ibrahim Mabrouk, and my field of study is Masters of Petroleum Engineering in Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh. Today, my presentation will talk about the reservoir characterization of the extremely heterogeneous reservoirs. The degree of reservoir heterogeneity is one of the major factors affecting the data acquisition program. Reservoir heterogeneity can be either vertical, where reservoir properties are different in the same well, or lateral, where they vary across the field. In the case study presented today, we have the two types of reservoir heterogeneity present in our reservoir, and that is why we will be analyzing different datasets like core data, well logs data, and X-ray diffraction data in order to properly perform our reservoir characterization process, which will pave the way into a successful field development plan. This presentation is divided into 5 main sections. In the first section, we will go through the introduction, where I will introduce the field and the reservoir of the study. Then, I will highlight the main challenges faced during the development of this reservoir. The second section is mainly concerned with the evaluation of the core data. The workflow to perform the rock typing is introduced, then the process of porosity permeability transforms is discussed. In the third section, the work performed on the logging data is discussed. We will start by the steps taken to perform the Electro-Facies, then how to calculate the permeability from the well logs. The fourth section is concerned with the analysis of the X-ray diffraction data. In this section, both vertical and lateral analyses are performed. And finally, in section 5, the results and the conclusion for the study are introduced. Now let's start by introducing the field of the study. Our field is a gas condensate field located in the Egyptian Western Desert and is currently operated by Shell as presented on the map. Our reservoir of interest is called Lower Safa Reservoir, which is a member of Khatabba Formation in the Jurassic. The reservoir average thickness is about 60 meters with a porosity range of 5% to 14% and a very wide permeability range between 0.1 millidarcy and 1000 millidarcy. We can see a reservoir type log presented for one of the low producing wells in the field to the right of the slide. However, the core data shows that the reservoir porosity is about 12% in average, which is considered some of the highest porosity encountered in the field. The core permeability values are clustered around 1 millidarcy value, which is considered some of the lowest permeability values encountered in the field. Two production history plots for two different wells are presented on the slide. Both of the wells have around 50 meters of net bay sands of an average porosity of 11%. The well to the left is one of the field excellent producers. This well produced naturally without any production stimulation with a plateau rate of 30 million cubic feet per day and a cumulative production of 33.3 billion cubic feet in 5 years. The well to the right, however, having the same producing thickness and the same reservoir porosity, is considered a failed well in the field. Even after massive hydraulic fracturing job, the well plateau rate was less than 1 million cubic feet per day and the cumulative well production was 0.15 billion cubic feet in 10 years' time. Reservoir heterogeneity can be best observed on this core porosity versus core permeability crossplot. The wide distribution of the reservoir permeability between 0.1 millidarcy and 1000 millidarcy demonstrates an extremely high level of heterogeneity. For example, when the reservoir porosity is 11%, the corresponding reservoir permeability can have a range between 0.1 millidarcy and 700 millidarcy, which will make the normal method of predicting the permeability from the porosity logs complicated. After acquiring several cores on the field, it was obvious that the permeability variation is due to the presence of different clay minerals, which decreases the permeability of the reservoir, leading to this very wide range. The main challenges in the reservoir characterization for the Lower Safa Reservoir can be summarized into three main points. The first one is the reservoir heterogeneity, the second is the permeability calculation, and the last one is the clay distribution across the reservoir. In this section, we will analyze the core data. The first step in this section is to perform the rock typing process, which is a way to separate the reservoir into hydraulic flow units. Each of these hydraulic flow units will have a different flow capacity for the same porosity values, which is a method that is firstly introduced by the French scientist Amefuel. Reservoir quality index is calculated, then normalized porosity, and finally the flow zone indicator. The next step would be to cluster the flow zone indicator values, and for that a cumulative probability plot is constructed between the cumulative flow zone indicator values and the cumulative core permeability values, which show 6 different trends, meaning that we have 6 hydraulic flow units. Another method for clustering the flow zone indicator is the IPSum tool, which is the indexed and probabilized self-organizing map. This is a statistical tool that uses the neural network analysis along with 100,000s of iterations to minimize the error and come up with the optimum clustering. Two scenarios were tested: either we are clustering the data into 6 clusters or just 4 clusters for simplifying the next steps. It was found that the two scenarios give almost the same result on the porosity permeability crossplot, so only 4 data clusters were chosen for simplification. The porosity permeability crossplot shows the final core data clustering according to the flow zone indicator values. Now it's easier to draw a regression line for each one of the 4 hydraulic flow units that can represent the relationship between the porosity and the permeability. The 4 mathematical expressions are presented on the slide, and for each one of them, the only data needed to predict the permeability will be the porosity value. Since porosity can be easily derived from the well logs, we can then calculate continuous permeability logs for all the wells, both cored and uncored. The only problem now is that we don't know which equation to use for every log interval, as the clustering is only performed on the cored intervals. This problem is tackled in section 3. This section is mainly concerned with clustering the logging data rather than clustering the core data. Firstly, the logs selected to perform the clustering were the lithology indicator logs, which are gamma ray, neutron, density, and photoelectric factor. Resistivity logs were excluded as they are fluid sensitive more than they are lithology sensitive. Well logs have way more data points than the core data, which can be confusing to the neural network model, especially when some of the well logs are linearly dependent on each other. This linear dependency duplicates the amount of data into the model without adding any more information. This is why a data preparation step is needed before the clustering, which is called the principal component analysis, or PCA. The PCA is a statistical method that separates the data into their principal components, which removes the linear dependency in the data, providing an easier machine learning process with less noise and faster and more accurate results. After the PCA, the same neural network analysis technique was used to cluster the well logs into 4 different clusters, and now they can be easily correlated with the hydraulic flow units derived from the core data. Now we know which permeability equation we should use for each logged interval. By applying these equations, we can have a continuous permeability log for all the wells, covering all the logged interval, whether it was cored or not. To verify the quality of permeability modeling performed, core permeability is plotted against calculated permeability, and it can be noticed from the crossplot that most of the data is clustered at the x equals y line. Moving on to section 4, which is mainly concerned with the clay types and distribution. X-ray diffraction data from 11 core samples were used to define the clay type and content for each hydraulic flow unit. The bar chart presented shows the percentage of clays in hydraulic flow unit 1 is the highest, making it the hydraulic flow unit with the less flow capacity. When it comes to hydraulic flow unit 4, clay content is dramatically decreases, which makes the flow capacity in this hydraulic flow unit the highest. Further analysis for the clay content is introduced in this slide. By interpreting these pie charts, it can be said that hydraulic flow unit 1 is the lowest quality in the Ubayyid field, with clay content of around 28%. The clays which have the most effect on the reservoir quality are the chlorite and the illite, as they swell into hair-like shapes, blocking most of the pore throats, and they are present with high percentage in this hydraulic flow unit. Hydraulic flow unit 2 has a less clay content of about 25%, with less cumulative percentage of illite and chlorite, making it with a better flow capacity than hydraulic flow unit 1. Hydraulic flow unit 3 has an even less clay content with 22%, with also less percentage of illite and chlorite. Hydraulic flow unit 3 can be considered a good producing hydraulic flow unit, with a permeability values that can goes up to 100 millidorsi. Now for hydraulic flow unit 4, it has the lowest clay content of 14%, with almost no illite or chlorite in this hydraulic flow unit, which dramatically increased its flow capacity, making the permeability goes up to 1000 millidarcy in this hydraulic flow unit. In this section, we will analyze the core data. Sorry for interruption. I think something went wrong with the video here.
Yeah, it seems some of the sound doesn't seem to be working. As I say, we have access to the original files. Bear with me, and I will just get.
Yeah, I can actually like go through it real quick. This one, like if it's just something wrong with just this slide, I can just explain it.
Let me just double check. Let me go ahead a couple of slides and see.
Yeah. It's which makes it.
Yeah, it may just be that slide, slide 17. If you are happy to go ahead, please do. And just let me know when you'd like me to forward on to the next slide.
All right, thank you. So basically, this is the lateral distribution of the hydraulic flow units across the field. So what we did there was to get the average thickness of each one of the hydraulic flow units, and then we plotted this on a map view across the field to track down each location of each hydraulic flow unit. So that hydraulic flow unit 1 is the lowest quality. We can actually see that most of this low quality reservoir is concentrated to the north of the field. And most of the wells that encountered high thickness of this hydraulic flow unit, they didn't turn out to be such a good producers. The same goes on for hydraulic flow unit 2. It has a slightly higher permeability than 1. Still, it's not considered one of the good producing hydraulic flow units. So I think we're done with this slide for now. You can just move the values. These are
just let this play until we get through to 18.
On the other hand, hydraulic flow units 3 and 4 are the high producing hydraulic flow units and are characterized by low clay content and high permeability values. These hydraulic flow units can be found on the southeast, northeast, and some low thickness can be found in the center of the field. Wells penetrated these hydraulic flow units, required no production stimulation techniques, and turned out to be excellent producers. And now we come to the results and the conclusion of this study. Now the productive hydraulic flow units are added together to form a single thickness map for the productive areas in the field. Whenever a well is drilled outside the thick zones in this map, chances are high that this well is going to produce very low rates even after massive hydraulic fracturing jobs. The table presented provides a comparison between the productive and the unproductive hydraulic flow units. Porosity ranges are almost the same for both of them. To show the huge permeability variation, if a reservoir of 13% porosity was encountered as hydraulic flow unit 1 or 2, its permeability values would be from 2 millidarcy to 18 millidarcy. On the other hand, if the same reservoir with the same porosity was encountered as a hydraulic flow unit 4 or 3, permeability values will range between 100 millidarcy and 500 millidarcy. 60% of the gas volume is trapped in the productive hydraulic flow units, which makes it easily recoverable. On the other hand, 40% of the hydrocarbon volume is trapped inside the unproductive zones, which triggered testing a new concept of field development strategy, and this concept is drilling horizontal wells in the unproductive zones. The concept of drilling a horizontal well in the low productive zone was tested by drilling the well OB66 targeting hydraulic flow unit 1 with 1000 meters of horizontal section and with open hole completion. The concept proved successful as when it's compared with OPA-23 well, which falls inside the same hydraulic flow unit, it can be noticed that the horizontal well produced 10 times more the daily rate and double the cumulative production of the vertical well in only 20% of the production period. And now for the conclusion and recommendations of the study. Reservoir of study is a thick gas-bearing sandstone reservoir with 30 to 60 meters in thickness, 5 to 14% in porosity, and 0.1 millidarcy to 1000 millidarcy in permeability. The reservoir is extremely heterogeneous in terms of permeability, where two different wells with the same net thickness and the same porosity can have a 500 millidarcy difference in their permeability values, which hugely affects their production behavior. Reservoir characterization aimed at finding the reason for this permeability variation to enhance the field development strategy. Firstly, core data were used to divide the reservoir into 4 different hydraulic flow units. Secondly, well logs were clustered using neural network analysis to create a proper correlation between the 4 well logs clusters and the hydraulic flow units from the core data. XRD data analysis showed that the clay content and types varied significantly for each of the hydraulic flow units, which is the main reason for the permeability variation. Hydraulic flow units thickness maps were constructed to track the high-quality reservoir in the field. Horizontal wells are highly recommended to recover the volume trapped in the low-quality reservoir. Thank you, and please, if you have any questions.
I was muted again. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. We will move on to questions now. Suvik, please go ahead with your first question.
Yeah, Ibrahim, it was a great presentation. I had just a couple of questions. I saw you mentioned the Safa is a unconventional tight gas reservoir, but I saw the porosity range is not bad. Average is 11% and it's ranging between 5 and 14%. So it's not tight altogether, but I'll say it's extremely heterogeneous. So will you still go with the tight and unconventional terms for this particular reservoir? That's the first question. Because ideally we see when less than 5%, less than 4% porosity is usually considered to be very tight.
Well, let me see if I got your question correctly. So you were asking that we still have some good porosity in the reservoir. However, you're asking to going with the unconventional logs for the evaluation of this reservoir. Is that right?
No, I'm just saying that your reservoir is extremely heterogeneous, but it's not completely tight and unconventional. So will you still assign the terms tight reservoir and unconventional reservoir for your studied Safa reservoir? That's what I'm asking. Because I don't think it's completely tight. It's confirmed that it's extremely heterogeneous, but I don't see it to be tight altogether.
Ibrahim, your connection is a bit poor. Would you be able to repeat your answer for us?
I think the question can be put in the chat box if he's not getting it.
I think he's trying to reply at the moment, but yes.
Yeah, I think I heard the question correctly, but I'm just trying to get a good. So can you hear me properly now?
Yes, it's a bit crackly, but we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
So my answer would be like the term of unconventional reservoir to some parts of the reservoir, which is basically hydraulic flow unit 1 and 2, and that would be due to the extremely low permeability there. With the permeability, like we got some permeability values of 0.01 millidarcy around these ones.
Okay, I got your point now. Thanks. So it's basically a mix of both. Hydraulic flow unit, 2 of the hydraulic flow units are unconventional in nature, tight, where the the other two are really showing excellent properties, right? Okay.
Yeah,
So my
exactly.
so my next question comes down to, I was really eager to see some of the chloride clay minerals in the XRD. I was expecting some photographs because, see, chlorides I have seen personally, it has both kind of effects. If your chlorides are forming reams around your sand grains, then it helps sands not to have overgrowths, and that way it retains porosity. But there are other ways where it can be in pore filling nature, like illite or kaolinite, as we see. So did you see did you see any chloride coating or beams around sand grains, or all the clay minerals were seen as porosity destroying pore filling material? I mean, it is.
So most regarding the chloride, actually, we have both of those categories in the reservoir. So we have some films in itself, and most of the other chloride is just pore filling, and that's why it had this effect on the reservoir permeability.
I mean, it will be great to know if some of the chloride reams are also present in the good hydraulic flow units, because chloride reams have been seen to retain primary porosity, exclude, I mean, it diminishes the chances of water overgrowth. So might be worthy to look for chloride reams retaining primary intergranular porosities in the good hydraulic flow units. But it's a good work, Ibrahim. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the questions.
Thank you, Civic. Hasham, please go next. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Ibrahim, and congratulations. In general, you did a lot of work, a very great presentation. And I see that you went through conventional core analysis, profiling, XRD, well logging, and just the research methodology for this paper or this presentation is not clear for me. There is no clear workflow methodology for this paper. Maybe you can elaborate more on this one. This is okay.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. Do you mean the methodology followed in the research itself, or the?
Yeah, so you just apply some methods and get result. You did simulation. What you did exactly to get this result from CCA, from crop typing? So it's just like analysis, evaluation, simulation, operator analysis. This is what I mean by research, the research methodology itself and the general workflow. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, like. Sorry, can you repeat the last part again?
I said that maybe you already did it, but you did not present it. So if you can elaborate more.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like there are some background work that is not shown in the slides here. But, like I wrote this down in the paper itself. So basically, just to give you a quick idea about that, like some parts of the work here is already performed before by other people, right? And it's already published. But the thing is, like, to have like all this put together and integrate all the work together and come up with this concept of actually plotting the map for the hydraulic flow units itself on the field. So this was the innovative part. Some people did some clay analysis. So I did the clay analysis here, but they didn't use it to plot it widely according like that.
Oh, okay, I see now it's like clear for me. Yeah. So yeah, it needs to be mentioned. I hope it will be already mentioned in the paper as well. Another question regarding the optimum development strategy. We just suggest some recommendation for well types, either to be like vertical or horizontal. Based on what you recommend to go for vertical or horizontal wells? Based on what?
So the thing here is, if we encountered a high permeable zone that falls in rock units 3 and 4, based on the field history, the vertical wells proved successful when dealing with such hydraulic flow units.
However, if we encountered hydraulic variant 1 and 2, we tried this before and didn't prove successful. So we just came up with an idea of why not like get the maximum exposure of the reservoir and try to go with a horizontal well with a very long reservoir section. Like for as the one that I mentioned, we went 1,000 meters of reservoir section to maximize the the reservoir section that we're actually producing from. But I would say my cutoff here would be like, if I don't get a good thickness that around 10 or 15 meters of the productive zone, I would recommend to go with horizontal wells rather than the vertical ones. And that is based on the field production history.
Yeah, so just to confirm once again, so your study is like in one case study, one field, or you're talking about in general cases?
So in order to generalize, so the concept itself, the workflow, the whole thing, actually we're applying the same thing now on a new project on a shale gas reservoir. But the cutoff values and the specific
in a specific field or in like more than one field. This is like a case
this study. Yeah, this one is performed on just one field. It has like 87 wells integrated in this study and around 2,000 meters of core data.
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting is regarding your recommendation is to state it that clearly, like in general in the recommendation that this is based on this case study or similar case study, and not like to be in general for all, okay?
Yeah, sure. Like the workflow, it can be followed on any field that has core data, XRD data, and well logging data. But the results are specific to this field, like the cutoff criteria.
Exactly.
And yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Minnie, if you'd like to go ahead with your question, please do.
Ibrahim, your presentation was very clear, very lucid, and it's a good job done for reservoir characterization. My only concern is that, okay, we have to drill horizontal wells in the tighter zones, but if you have to work over those wells, then what will you do, those horizontal wells?
So the thing is here in this field, we rarely work over the wells because of two things. One, we don't have water in this field. We're not afraid of having any like water breakthrough. The second thing is it's a gas reservoir, so it's not like we're dealing with an oil reservoir that we have to like change the ESP or run over with a new artificial lift method. So the work over here is not risky, and we're dealing with just one reservoir, and we're perforating the whole zone. We don't have any water coming through. We're not planning any further artificial lift methods. So I get the idea that it's a risk, but it's a low risk to work over the wells.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any final questions for Ibrahim? If not, then I would like to thank all of our presenters today, and especially our judges as well, who have been with us throughout the whole day. As I've mentioned before, the judges will now, our live stream will finish in a moment. I will ask the judges to stay on the call, and we'll just run through the final scores, and we will be ready to announce the winners during this Thursday's Students' Award ceremony. Again, you can watch that on the ATCE webpage or via the ATCE app if you're using that as well. Thank you very much to everybody joining us today. It's been a great pleasure, and some really interesting talks there. So congratulations again to all of the students. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.